top 32.
It's the hardest part.
Get out of the way, get that momentum going, and then once we get into 16 and keep going from there, you got that momentum. Look at big deep breath.
Big deep breath.
This just shows too, top 32. You know, James, with the record he's got, it's not easy.
It's not easy. No, a lot of drivers say that top 32 is the hardest battle of the day, of the weekend, because once you make it through that, it kind of gets easier.
Yeah.
Because you're in the show, it's safe. We go back to the line. It's going to be Torane Kvyat to take on Jakub Puszczonski. Puszczonski opting, well, being told by Kvyat to lead first. Now look, Kvyat overnight pulled the engine apart. There was a stripped thread in the cylinder block. They changed the bolt, they put a new head gasket on it, but the radiator was also damaged, so they built a radiator overnight. The team worked till 7 a.m.
Wow.
to make sure that Kvyat would be out. He said the car is 95%. It's not 100, but he's going to go for it anyway because he loves Riga and he wants to be crowned the king of Riga. Now he's asked Puszczonski the question, what have you got in that lead position as he fires in? Kvyat looks down the side of that white GR86. They flick through, both up onto the curb as they fire in now. Inside zone collected, nice and wide as Kvyat goes for the big transition. Known for that wild style as they both wobble a little bit. Oh! And contact as Puszczonski has to shut it down.
Okay, and really for Kvyat in the chase, not having to finish out that run, but still choose to do so. All right, let's see what we can see here from the inboard. Soft on that clutch.
I think the car's shut out. Oh no, it's still running.
All right, so right off the gun, we'll get back to whatever happened there with Jakub, but Torane Kvyat in it, just pushing and pushing all the way through this nice, smooth transition from Jakub. And then I really want to see on this import if we can tell. Sometimes you can see signs of them fighting something in the car. It doesn't look like it. So maybe whatever created that issue, whatever created that shutdown was something very, very sudden. It almost looked like something came out of the back there for a second. You caught that, huh?
It looked like something come out from the side of the car.
And in transition, that was it. Good job for Torane Kvyat for not absolutely binning it into the back of Jakub Puszczonski. Right there. Just in transition, the car did not. It just completely shut down. So tough to say. You know, even when we went back to those inboards, he was kind of looking down at the pedals, maybe looking at the gauges. And Tor just avoiding that contact, as we can see the heat, the ripples of heat coming off the track.
The cars, the track, everything right now in Riga is hot. Well, look at this. Puszczonski's making his way back to the start line now. Is there an issue with the car? Did he maybe miss shift, which I know we've spoke about before? It is possible to do with a sequential gearbox. We have heard of many drivers saying, "Yep, I broke the gearbox through miss shifting." Kvyat pulls to the line and says, "Well, my car works, and it looks like I've already got 1 foot in the top 16." Now, Startline Marshall Marcin goes over there to talk to the Polishman, Jakub Puszczonski, to find out what's going on, and the visor's open, and I mean, the car's still running. And
I see some head shakes, I see some nods. I'm not sure what's going on.
Well, there we go. We're going to find out. We will find out, and we'll let you know as soon as we know. They're back on the line, ready to rock and roll. It's going to be Torane Kvyat now to lead out Jakub Puszczonski.
Wow, I'm hearing some revs.
Oh, so there we go. Apparently, he doesn't know what happened. The car shut down, lost power, then carried on going again. So we have no idea what happened, and nor does Jakub Puszczonski. Well, now he's in a chase position. He's come off the line, ready to rock and roll as Kvyat slams through the gears and flicks that car from left to right. Now, big initiation. Kvyat's going for it. Oh, but he wanders and wavers in the outside zone. Maybe he knows he doesn't need to go 110%. Puszczonski trying to do everything he can to keep up with the Norwegian sledgehammer as they fire through. Onto the back bumper goes Puszczonski, pushing super hard, trying to force an error here from the Norwegian as he gets into the outside zone. Puszczonski on the door, no issues this time. They go wheel to wheel, door to door, across the line.
Oh, man, and amazing run for both these drivers, and it's so frustrating for Puszczonski, who had that incredible chase and what could have been if that car kept together. And there's millions of parts and connections and different things that could go wrong. So anything that we're guessing at this point is a complete shot in the dark. But let's take a look here. Torane Kvyat coming out of that zone just a touch early through the middle, but able to rein things back in. And then through the rest of these zones, look at the amount of smoke barreling off the side of that beautiful pink car. And there's our import for Jakub, who I don't know what goes through your head with that. Do you just go all the way in? Do you worry that maybe something's going to shut down again? Like, you're going to be shaken just a touch, but I didn't see it from the outside. It looked like that car was absolutely perfect for the rest of the run. So hopefully the team able to go back, figure out what happened, diagnose it, and we really hopefully never see it again. But for Torane Kvyat, he is out there, full confidence in that engine, and he is ready to party.
I think for Puszczonski, there's nothing to lose.
Yeah, you go.
You fire the car in and you hope for the best. I mean, look, you're in the chase position as well, so if you do have an issue and you shut the car down, you know, you're not going to affect Toranik. You're not going to put him in a situation where you're going to cause a crash. Both guys are out of the car, and Vysotsky looks a little dejected, and what could have been, maybe, as he watched Toranik Kvyat put it down. An incredible lead line side of left for Kvyat, right for Vysotsky. There's only one way this can go, and it's going to be Toranik Kvyat, ladies and gentlemen, getting the win, advancing through to the top 16, and we lose Jakub Vysotsky. And look at that, Kvyat. That in its own right is reward for the hard work of the team last night.
Yeah, and also just kind of knowing Tor, he would have wanted that to go all the way.
Yes.
He's one of the, I mean, really everybody here, but Tor is so competitive.
But on a weekend like this weekend, you will take a rub of the green, some Irish luck, any luck. He would have been going around the paddock trying to soak it all up from everyone because he needed it. We go back on the line to a very interesting battle. This one, Dwayne McKeever, the heartbreak story of 2025, engine failures after engine failures. Now we go to the other side of the line where we see Laurie Heinonen, who's had engine failure on engine failure, a man that was coming back in 2025 to defend a championship, but it hasn't happened for him. Now he sits alongside a man who is determined this weekend to get the job done, to win an event, to win the King of Riga. Well, here we go, on the line, ready to go. McKeever opts to lead first. Laurie Heinonen in that borrowed car from Drift Games as they fire down into the gears as McKeever fires it in. Perfect lead line so far, but look at this from Laurie Heinonen, not scared to put that carbon Kevlar A90 Supra on the door. Oh! Wow, big accident. Big accident.
Okay, let's make sure everybody's all right.
So we're going to wait for a moment. We can see Laurie Heinonen there rolling up, and he starts to get himself out of the car. We can see Laurie Heinonen looks fine. So we are going to wait for just a few moments to make sure Dwayne McKeever's okay. We're going to get our track staff over there to make sure that the Northern Irishman's fine. You can see our staff already here. Incredible staff at the Bekaniki Trace in Latvia. McKeever out of the car and dejected. Look at this. Can't believe it. Throws the helmet inside the car and shakes his head. And it's been a year for Dwayne McKeever to completely forget about.
And this, coming into this season, this was it. This was what he was hoping to be, that big championship run, and everything was in it. So, taking a look, just both guys charging hard. I mean, yeah, totally.
Laurie Heinonen straight over there, and we know Laurie Heinonen personally behind the scenes. We get to spend a lot of time with this traveling circus for 7 events in a year all around Europe, and these guys are so nice, super chilled and very friendly. You know, when the helmet goes down, it is battle. But let's take a look back at what happened. I know that you've been talking to the judges, Jacob. I wonder if I feel what the judges are saying. Yeah, and I can see it. And did you speak to the judges just then? I was
getting some word on telemetry. 88 kilometers an hour at contact. So that is, and then to go to 0.
I'll tell you what I see. I see Dwayne McKeever off throttle for quite a long amount of time. And,
interesting.
And as he went over to speak to Laurie Heinonen, he said to Laurie Heinonen, "That's all my fault."
Oh, wow. So let's see as they come
through. So I wonder.
Yeah, not as much smoke off the rear wheels.
We're hearing it now through our headsets. Dwayne McKeever, ladies and gentlemen, deemed at fault. And it was correct. Look at that front wheel to front wheel, and he just climbed straight up onto the bonnet of that car. And it's not very often you get to see an A90 Supra fly, but today we did.
Oh, man.
Right, so we're going to fire it down onto the grid. Becky is with Dwayne McKeever. Becky, what is happening here this weekend in Riga? Because it is bananas.
Yes, absolutely, guys. The first thing that you need to know is that both drivers are okay. I'm just having a chat with Dwayne here, and Dwayne, the look on your face, it's palpable the way you feel right now. You said to me just then, the car cut out. Can you tell everybody at home what happened?
Just come through the corner as hard as it could, full throttle, and car lost all power. And obviously with Laurie being so close behind me, once he touched me, he sent me into the wall. Not his fault, not at all, but this is just not my year. I've tried so hard, like, I'm good at it with myself, like I nearly cried at the minute.
I can understand this, but you've worked so hard and your team has worked so hard to always get a car back on the track for you. And you've had incredible support from sponsors, friends, family. But Dwayne, do you know what? You're an incredible driver. And unfortunately, this is drifting. We all know the game. Thank you so much for this weekend, and we hope you got it all fixed, okay?
Thank you.
Guys, there you have it. Both drivers are okay. It is gutting.
It certainly is, Becky, and a very hard interview for yourself to do down there on the grid with Dwayne McKeever dejected there. Look, I kind of called it. You could see, look at this, he's off throttle there, and you can see the wheels slowing down. And Laurie Heinen at that point, full throttle, trying to gain more wheel speed through that zone, knowing that he has to push the car right to the edge of the limit. He goes for a big dive as well. Look at this. They're both on a really good line. Laurie Heinen on the inside of us slightly, but there's nowhere for Laurie Heinen to go. You know, you're door-to-door, wheel-to-wheel with someone that's slowing down, and there's nothing you can do. And look at that, incredible.
Yeah, just before contact, I mean, to give you, if you really want to get into the numbers of this, Dwayne's dropping about 9 meters per second. He's slowing down, which is that's a big decel. And at the same time, Laurie is accelerating at 5 meters per second. And you put those two things together, that is. I mean, it's going to always end that way. But I am gutted for him. The emotion there is
you can
palpable.
feel it. You know, I spent quite a bit of time on Thursday when we arrived here in Latvia with Dwayne McKeever, and he was saying he's had such a tough year and with engine failures constantly and having to borrow a car from his title sponsor and use that car, which isn't his car, and he's worried about them breaking that borrowed car. In the same situation that Laurie Heinen's in now, you know, he's borrowed a car from Drift Games and now he's just parked it on top of Dwayne McKeever. We make this one official. Laurie Heinen will get the win and advance through to the top 16. Not the way he would have wanted it either, but Laurie will be taking anything he can this weekend as he thought it was out. Becky's down there with Laurie. He must feel really bad in all senses down there, Becky.
Larry, not the way you wanted to get through your top 32 battle. Let us know, of course. Are you okay? Everything feeling fine?
Just the
yeah,
replay.
at least now it's okay. I think I had a bit of impact on my ribs, but nothing major.
We just saw you drive the car away. I mean, it can't be completely straight, but at least she's left the accident and she's moving towards the pits by her own pace.
Yeah, seems to be a great car. Taking that impact and driving out of it, it's a good point to prove.
I can't imagine what it's like as you're coming through almost one of the fastest parts of the track, and you were so in the pocket of Dwayne. There was just absolutely nothing you could do.
Yeah, I think me and the car were up to the job. Like we chased close, and I saw Dwayne slowing down. I took a little handbrake, and then he completely got out, so I had nowhere to go. But I think it would have been a good battle.
Absolutely. Well, we're glad that you're okay. We're glad that the car should be okay for your top 16 battle.
Yeah, we'll just have to check the alignment, and then we're ready.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Larry, and we'll see you in the top 16. Guys?
Yeah, thank you, Becky. I mean, yeah, not the way we would have wanted, but yeah, a tough car put up with that big impact. The team now have to go back, get that car fixed and ready, and make sure it's 100% to battle in top 16 later on this afternoon. My heart goes out to Dwayne McKeever. So hard to see him have a year like that. The Finnish flags are flying though, and we take a look back at the replay of that contact. You can see that front wheel to front wheel action, and
that climb. Our
Phantom slow-mo camera operator Addy must have thought that he'd struck gold when he zoomed in on this shot, that's for sure.
Yeah, when you get that front wheel on front wheel, the wheels tend to climb on top of each other, and it's probably the worst place to make contact in drifting. It's a big testament though to how well these cars are built. The fact that, you know, Laurie's able to drive that car off. Yeah. Everybody is safe because that is a big contact with cars coming off the ground, cars getting pushed into the tire wall. A lot of work in this sport has gone into safety, and it pays off because both drivers literally walking away from this. And maybe Laurie's going to be a little bit sore. Dwayne's going to be definitely sore. Yeah. But that's it.
But look, as long as both drivers are fine.
That's the
cars
biggest
can
thing.
be rebuilt, racetracks can be rebuilt, as long as the drivers are fine. And that was a big impact. We've seen it there multiple times here in Riga before. You know, you come off track, you hit that gravel, those tyre barrels, and it just puts you into an instant spin. And I'm sure it won't be the last time that we will see cars along that wall here in Latvia, as our amazing track staff get that track repaired and ready to rock and roll. We've got our next battle coming up, which is another super spicy one because Team Drift Games are back on the line once again with Connor Falvey, this time taking on the Portuguese driver, Diogo Correia, who has also had an absolute nightmare of a year so far.
Yeah, it's just a crazy year, that's for sure. But this is how we are looking right now. You can already tell that some of these top 16 battles coming up are going to be incredible. Espen Rose, David Spasab, Jason Benet, Nicholas Bertrands, and then James Dean Tornakavia. That one right there. I mean, that's worth the price of admission alone. And then Lauri Heinonen, and it's either going to be Connor Falvey or Diego Correa. Either way, they're going to have to really push to be able to make that bracket. And then, yeah, we still got coming up Connor Shanahan, Benedictus Jerba.
Championship points leader. The way the things are going this weekend, anything could happen. And we can see Shanahan in the car down the back of the grid, maybe a little nervous, waiting to find out how this is going to play out, I guess, because I think today it's going to be one of those days where definitely luck is on your side as a driver.
Yeah, and for any of these drivers, you're now ready to go. You get into the burnout box, you get everything prepped, and then you hear about a wreck like that.
Yeah.
And maybe you can pull out your phone and take a look at it. You've got the Red Bull TV app already pulled up, taking a look, checking everything out, and then you see it and you're like, oh, and now you have to get back into the zone of like, I still have to push. I still have to give it absolutely everything, because if you hesitate for a moment, that's your battle over. So for both these drivers, definitely very sobering to see that as you're sitting at the line waiting to go.
Yeah, certainly so. Look at this. Super focused is the rookie of 2024. Connor Falvey slams that Carbon Kevlar Drift Games S15 into gear. Diogo Correa sits on the line in this BMW E92. Looks super happy, pumped, ready to rock and roll. Like I say, really bad year so far for Diogo Correa. Could this be a turn of fortune this weekend? A little bit of luck on his side. They come off the line through the gears. Connor Falvey in that lead position, the higher qualifier. Fires that car in, the body panel starts to flex already for pure speed as he gets that car right where it needs to be. Correa goes for that inside line now, tries to find some grip, trying to shortcut the circuit to keep up with Connor Falvey, as Falvey absolutely flying through the track. Once again, a mistake on transition for Diogo Correa as he now looks for the rear wheel of that S15 as he puts it to the wall across the line.
Oh, Connor Falvey's got that car absolutely gripped up. Yeah, it is definitely a spicy ride behind the wheel of that car right now. And there's a couple of spots in there where he wasn't completely filling the zones. It did allow him to pull a bit more of a gap on Diogo Correa. So I want to keep an eye out for that. But right off the initiation, the body panel is just holding on for absolute dear life because of how spicy and how hard he is driving this car. But look at how smooth it looks from the inside. But look, pulling some angle out of there, really pushing that car out to those zones, able to fill them, transitioning maybe a touch late because of how much forward drive he's got in it.
How does he see?
I have no idea. No idea. It's so tough. There's so much science just trying to get the smoke out of the car, but even through this part, not super deep before he gets into the 6 outside zone. So the judges will definitely be looking at that. It's not a way to be able to provide a really, really good chase by cutting some of the zones. So to me, really good, really fast, but maybe a bit too fast. And for Correa, would have liked to have seen him, a bit more in there, but it's kind of that give and take.
Interesting. They're just trying to replay it in my mind, and I think they've gripped that car up because they know Correa's fast.
100%. It's the right call, yeah. But were you driving that car that way all weekend? Was Connor ready for how fast they made that car?
That's what I'm thinking. And you could see how fast that car is, not making it to all the zones as deep as we'd like to see, and how much Correa had to shortcut the track to keep up with Connor Falvey. But now we'll swap him around. Look at this with Connor Falvey. He's going to go for quite a run-in as he sits way back off that start line. Correa given the thumbs up. Both drivers slam the cars into gear and off the line they come as Correa works his way through the gears in that BMW E92. 1,000 horsepower screaming from both these guys, body panels flying as they initiate, and look at this from Correa, drops out of the outside zone, has to get back into it again as he flicks it to angle. There's no shaking. Connor Falvey's tucked up on the inside. They go nice and wide through the centre of the circuit. Bumper to bumper transition. Falvey wants this one, and he's taking it to the wall. He's taking it to the door. Contact again. Both guys in the wall. Wow, Riga, you are delivering this weekend.
This is, everybody has to push. Absolutely everybody has to drive at 10 tenths, and now we're seeing them at 11 tenths. We're seeing them go past the point where they're comfortable to try and get into this, and there's so much going on in this run, and even right off the bat, it already looked hectic. It was one of those, as soon as I saw them come off the line, I went, oh, this is going to be interesting because they're both going like crazy. Is that a drive shaft?
That's the prop shaft on Diogo Correa's car. The prop shaft has snapped with the contact.
Well, okay, so did it snap with the contact or did it snap before the contact? Because coming into that zone, it was really interesting. Either way, that was a nasty, nasty hit, and those concrete blocks do not like to move at all. Both drivers, Connor Falvey, absolutely upset.
Visibly upset. You can see just I mean, look, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions at the moment because I'm kind of got one eye on one monitor and one eye on the other. I want to know what happened in that lead position before we jump to any conclusions, and I think the judges might have to step in a little bit here and have a chat about this one. Connor Falvey doing an incredible job in that chase, really nice lead, times that transition perfectly. Correa looks shallow on that outside zone, goes for the switchback. He's off throttle for a long time.
Yeah, and this is a similar thing that we're seeing before.
Juha Rittinen. This is a Juha Rittinen as well. We're seeing it again.
Yeah. And he comes in with kind of some shallow angle, has to transition pretty late.
On that replay there, you could see that after the decel, Diogo Correa failed to go on throttle early. Now, that is my view as a drift fan, and I have just a view. I'm not a judge by any means, nor are you, Jacob. I'm sorry to say it. No, but we're not judges.
We're not judges.
And you guys at home are not judges, but we all have this view. We all have this input that we like to put into drifting and the way we see it. And that is what our judges do. But there's three of them, and together their conclusion gives us a result.
I hear you. I could also see arguments in the other direction as well. Where
100%.
Yeah, where Diego's
too much aggression.
In. Yeah, too much aggression. What that closing speed looks like. You know, was the decel done before? Did Correa get on throttle at the correct time? Was there maybe a mechanical before? And that's... So there's a lot that can happen.
Was dropping that outside zone and the line into that last outside zone, was that the fault?
Yeah.
You know, everything comes in as a factor as we see our track staff. I mean, these guys are going to need a pay rise.
This is, I mean, some of the hardest working people, if not the hardest working people this weekend
in the first half of top 32 as well.
Yeah, we're halfway.
We're halfway through a top 32.
Is there going to be any cars left to compete if we keep going at this rate? So.
And look at this, Connor Falvey visibly upset, and you can see, you know, such a nice young man, and I think he feels so bad that Diogo Correa's car is now has damage, and we've got a decision. We're going to slide it left for Correa, right for Falvey. It's going to be one vote for Falvey. It's going to be Connor Falvey taking the win and advancing through to the top 16. David Kalas, we have to come to you because, well, this has been a roller coaster.
Yeah, if you look on that critical point, you can see that Connor was not on ideal line coming to Outer Zone 6. However, Diogo was slowing down at Outer Zone 5, which we did not want to see. And then when he did the transition, he was still slowing down even after the deceleration. And then the contact happened. So Falvey tried to do his best to avoid that contact, but it was inevitable, and unfortunately it happened, and it was quite a hard impact, but we needed to give the win to Connor Falvey.
Well, thank you very much, David. A tough weekend for our judges in the tower this weekend, and as I say, David Kalas, our main speaking judge there. Next to him we have Vernon Zwanenfeld, and we have Matthias Jedges, and our EVS judge Chris Witowski down there on the end. Those guys have been put through their paces, Jacob. I wouldn't want to know what they're thinking. We're going to go down to Becky. She's with Diogo Correa. We know he's okay, Becky, but he must be heartbroken again.
Yes, Diogo, not how you wanted top 32 to land up. I mean, you're okay, but after Mondello, heartbreak again. What's going on this season?
Yes, this season, not my season. I'm prepared, car broken. Now this race, car perfect. Amazing Riga, because this race is my first race in Drift Masters. I love Riga. My mom, the drift, it's Eileen. I love this, but car don't like me.
Can you tell us from your point of view inside the car what happened?
Sometimes the touch, I'm input the gear, the broken drive shaft. Yeah.
One of those.
Yeah. Shit.
I understand, Diego. Sorry, guys, they're on the live stream. But we get it. We get it. We're glad that you're okay, and I'm sure you'll come back stronger in Germany.
Yeah, I'm back strong in the podium.
100%, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, look at this on board from Connor Falvey in the smoke. Oh, it appears through the smoke, and there's a look. That shows you how hard that hit was. Again, on two wheels, and then the front end of the car hits the wall, and it takes Falvey a moment there to really process what's happened. And I think Falvey thought he was at fault.
Yeah,
and you could see that. Look, he shakes his head.
You don't know in the moment.
You don't know in the moment.
Yeah.
You don't know what way it's going to go because, you know, he's burst through the smoke. And you can see what it means as he puts his hands on his head and he's, you know, visibly upset and dejected. You see Diogo Correa make his way off the track. Tough one for these guys, a tough weekend for everyone here. We're going to keep the action moving on, though, after we've cleaned up that section of the track. Diogo Correa will be back for Germany, as he said, and the car doesn't like him this year.
Well, yeah, I'm sure it's not super happy with him. That's for sure.
Well, a lot of work to be done down there in the paddock for the Team Drift Games. 2 cars to make sure now that 110%. As we go back up the top end of the grid to the tyre warming area, and we see Connor Shanahan warming the tyres on the back of that Red Bull Toyota GT86 2JZ underneath the bonnet, 900 horsepower. But he has a steely competitor. Benediktas Čurba from Lithuania warms the tyres on that E92, the Čurba fighter, as he likes to call it.
I like that.
And I mean, the way this weekend's going,
yeah,
you couldn't have put a bet on anything.
No, it's there is no way you would be able to predict any of this happening. That's for sure.
No way. So there we go. Our start line Marshall Martin going to walk around, have a check of the cars, make sure everybody is all good to go, safe for flight.
Yep, it's clear for
clear
takeoff.
to take. And we have Mateusz Marcin before they slam those cars into gears and get ready to leave the start line. Connor, a little look over at the camera to say, you still watching?
Yeah, I don't know what to expect at this point.
No, I don't, but we're going to find out, that's for sure. Off the line, Connor Shanahan to lead out Benediktas Čurba as they slam through the gears down. Look for initiation, nice early initiation from Shanahan. Big drag of the handbrake, set himself up that first outside zone, but look at Čurba onto the rear bumper, onto the door already as they fire through, down. Čurba on the inside, has to shallow up the angle, now starts to dial it back in, starts to hunt down the side of Shanahan's GT86 as they fire towards the wall. Clear pass at the moment, and you can look at this, Čurba on the inside, has to readjust, has to get himself back into the pocket. Shanahan on the wall, attacked, and almost a spin across the line.
Okay, contact but completion, so we're good, we're good. That was getting real risque right at the end. Oh man, we got through one. We got through one, Ian. That battle could have gone in so many different directions right off the bat because Connor Shanahan had so much speed coming through this whole thing, but Benediktas Čurba not allowing any room at any point. You can see him just pop through there right over the shoulder of Connor Shanahan, who's laser focused on what is going on. Almost superseding that first outside zone, gets a transition done. Čurba right there, slightly tighter line. That correction from Shanahan to get that car back into a big left foot brake to make sure he makes that inside clip, but the corrections look good. He is making corrections, but he's doing it in a way that's not completely affecting the way the line's coming out. And then as we come through this last final treacherous outside zone, there's Čurba hunting him down, trying to push in, holding the car back. And where is this contact made? Just before the end, it actually looked like Connor almost started to unwind. Oh, Connor makes contact with the wall.
Connor tags the rear wheel on the wall and then forces himself into Benediktas Čurba. So,
it's one of those, kind of ping pong effects where Shanahan gets just a little bit into the wall, comes out of it a bit, and then Čurba still on that line, comes across, meets him, a little bit of contact, but what's great, both drivers stay in it all the way through.
Yeah.
Čurba could have spun out.
He could have done.
But just keeps it going.
He starts to keep it going. Will we go on the line, ready to rock and roll. Benediktas Čurba from Lithuania leaves the line in that E92 BMW. Look at this from Shanahan, firing through the gears, and you can see him pedaling that GT86, trying to keep up with Čurba as they fire in. A mirror image initiation, perfect from both guys. They lost in the smoke as they fire down. An early transition from Shanahan puts him right into the pocket of Benediktas Čurba, but Čurba on a shallow line trying to find those outside zones as Shanahan now backs up a little bit, almost takes the front end off the car. Čurba risks it all against the wall, full throttle now, and Shanahan dives in on the door across the line.
How did Connor Shanahan save that? I thought Čurba was going to completely loop it out, and somehow Connor Shanahan paused time to allow Čurba to be able to get back through. That was absolutely insane. Look, even Connor just shaking his head because that was ludicrous. I don't know how he did it. Čurba throwing every bit of angle he can possibly muster out of that car to try and shake off of Connor. And that's one of those ways of trying to win from the lead, where you're doing things and pushing it. Oh, the fans going nuts. And I completely agree. That was wild.
That was an incredible battle. Two guys that just pushed 110%. Shanahan shaking his head. I think Connor was didn't know how he made it through that transition. Look at this
No
initiation, door to door, completely lost in the smoke, both these guys. Shanahan goes for it a little early, tries to get into that pocket, and it works for him. Benedict Scherber's on a pretty good line, but look at this, Shanahan almost blinded. You could barely see the rear quarter panel of Scherber's car there through that side window. Scherber flying through the circuit. Really aggressive, but then it's as they come down into the outside zone, the angle that Scherber throws on here is just absolutely unreal. Look at this.
And Shanahan on that faster line, but holds the car back and then doesn't have any issues after that. That's what impressed me so much, is that Scherber trying to kind of shake Shanahan off, but that's just not going to happen. So that was absolutely nuts. Both drivers having a couple of mistakes through it though. Connor, oh man, beauty, absolutely
That's a
beauty.
final battle.
Yeah. But look at Connor. I mean, just trying to rub the logos off the side of that car. Wild as the next pair already lining up. Holy.
Well, here we go. Judges have to make a decision on this one as we wait for that to drop in. There's some judging going on at the moment, and they're having a little conversation amongst themselves. Shanahan nervously waiting to see if he's done it, if he's got himself a spot in the top 16. Scherber out of the car. We're waiting to see what way this one swings.
Tough choice here.
Very
really
tough choice here. Well, here we go. Decisions in. Left for Scherber, right for Shanahan. The championship could be in the balance right now. It's 1 vote. It's Scherber! Scherber gets the win. Shanahan out of competition, and now the championship starts to crumble. It starts to turn on its head. As Shanahan walks away, the Lithuanian fans erupt in the grandstands, and Benedict Scherber says, well, what a weekend. Shanahan slams the door closed on that Toyota GT86 and looks visibly dejected.
Understand, this is with championship implications, event implications, so much going on right now.
Well, it's all going on. Becky's down with Connor. Becky, wow.
Wow, exactly. But the emotions are visible. Connor, I'm just going to ask you from your point of view, what happened there?
Yeah, I don't know. Messy lead run for sure. Watched the front a little bit on the first corner, which made me drop a wheel, I think, and tried to push in the chase. He was quite hard to chase, to be honest. He decelerated really hard before the wall and just got away with the transition. But yeah, congrats to Scherber. This sucks, to be honest. Not good. Thought the fight was on this weekend. We just got the car fixed right before the battle, and maybe my head wasn't fully in it, but I will for sure still do everything to win this championship. The fight's not over yet.
Absolutely. Thank you, Connor. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Becky. Yeah, the fight is always on. The Shanahans will never give up until the last moment.
Yeah.
But you can see what it means there for that championship, and big championship implications happening right now. And I mean, so many guys in and out and upside down. And well, here we go, back on the line, no stopping with top 32 still rolling through. Zacharil to take on Kevin Piscotty, and Zacharil, the higher qualifying, opting to chase first, asking Kevin Piscotty, you lead me out. That's what he wants to know. You use the tyres first. As Piscotty slams the visor closed, shake over the head from the Hungarian driver. As overnight, the team from Zacharil, from Czech Republic, worked tirelessly to get this car back out after engine failure in qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, we saw bits and pieces everywhere.
Well, can it hold together right now for a battle in top 32? Can it stay? Can it get it into the top 16 through the gears? Comes Zacharil as he chases down Kevin Piscotty. Piscotty floats that E92 BMW into that first outside zone, and Zacharil onto the back bumper. The big fast transition from Piscotty pays off and starts to pull away from Marco Zacharil as he fires it on an angle. They flick through a really nice arc, dials on the angle. Oh, and a bumper-to-bumper transition from Zacharil. And Piscotty gets himself into this outside zone. Zacharil reins in the Hungarian and goes wheel to wheel.
That was nuts. And this shows so much too how drifting is incredible in the way that you can have all these different combinations of driver, car, and parts and stuff like that. Because I mean, just to remind you, this is a 2-liter versus an LS. This is a little Volkswagen commuter engine versus a truck engine, or you know, just an absolute performance beast, and both drivers doing a great job to get through this run. This is wild. Once again, the speed that they've got, the transitions that are going down right now. We are in for such a massive treat already in top 32. Zacharil there having to scrub a bit of angle just to get back into the chase, but Kevin Piscotty man, he is just absolutely on one all the way through this weekend. I know for him, the qualifying didn't quite go the way that he was aiming for, but really the consistency that we're seeing from him all weekend has been incredible. And I would almost always argue that consistency is what wins championships.
100%.
You can have moments of greatness, but consistency is what's going to win championships. But man, what a great run. What a great transition from both these drivers. And for Marco Zaccaril to get that car back out online after having a catastrophic engine failure is that's just a testament to his team.
It certainly is, and a testament to all the teams this weekend, because we've seen so much contact and damage already in top 32 that them cars will be back out for top 16, and they've worked tirelessly all night to get cars repaired, even out for these battles. They get the thumbs up all around, the light goes green. Zaccaril now chased down by Kevin Pascotti as he leads him out through the gears. Down they come, look for that initiation as Pascotti floats across the circuit, tucks up on the inside. As now Zaccaril goes full throttle in that first outside zone, a little scrappy from Kevin Pascotti there in the chase, but now starts to clean it up as he chases him down through the inside. But it's a bad lead line from Marco Zaccaril as he goes for that outside zone and can't get there. And you can see Kevin Pascotti hanging back, letting Marco Zaccaril make the mistakes. He gets to this final outside zone and Zaccaril goes for the line.
Yeah, definitely not the run that Zaccaril was hoping for in the lead. And it was put together. He got it down, he laid it down, and it's just not out to all the zones that he was hoping for. And we don't know everything about the engine swap. Is this still the full amount of horsepower he was running with before? I am not sure. I don't know what that replacement program really looks like, but to me, this is not at full strength. This is not what we saw the driving before. But either way, Zaccaril fighting tooth and nail to get that lead run done. And you can even just, the amount of smoke coming off is not the amount that we had seen in previous runs. And that's just how I'm seeing it. But on this flip side of things, Kevin Pascotti does a great job of kind of noticing that pace difference, holding back a little bit, letting Zaccaril go through this run without overcommitting, creating an incident or a situation where he's going to have to repair a lot more of that car. And then into our last outside zone is when he starts to pick up the pace and close that gap, as we can see the smoke coming off Zaccaril. And look at that transition coming out, man.
From the Czech Republic, both happy, both smiling. I think there's a little bit of nerves though from Kevin Pascotti. I think he wants this one really bad. He needs a good decision this year. As we say, wanted that incredible qualifying score, never really worked out for him yesterday. Zaccaril right for Pascotti, so one more. It's going to be a one more time and a split decision. We're going to go to you quickly, David Kalas. A split decision there.
Yeah, sometimes if there is a lot of mistakes, it takes a little bit longer because we need to value all the mistakes which happen on the track itself, and then it is not easy to find out who is the winner. So at this moment, we said like both drivers did a bunch of mistakes on the lead run, bunch of mistakes on the chase. They just need to clean it up and show us better in the next run.
All right. There we go. Yeah, got to clean it up. And you know, the thing about one more time is guys have already felt each other out, so they kind of know what's happening. Well, this is a big one now. This is bigger than what we explained earlier on, because at the moment, Conor Shanahan out of the fight. Laurie Hindman's still in it. James Dean's still in it. We've still got Peter Vidjek to come up later on. If Peter makes it through to the top 16, he starts to gain points on Shanahan. Now, if Jack can take Oliver Randalou out, then Randalou won't move up the order and stays where he is in third position, or maybe drop back at the end of today. But if Randalou can take down Shanahan, he starts now to claw points back on Shanahan and starts maybe to hunt down that championship once again. He slams that BMW E46 into gear, the 150 turbo rumbles as Shanahan puts that GT86 into gear and comes off the line through the gears. Both guys not messing around. Jack Shanahan to lead out. Oliver Randler as they fire in. Nice lead line, little wander there from Shanahan though as he flicks to this outside zone, and Randler is all over the place in the middle of the circuit as Shanahan puts foot to floor, fires that car where it needs to be. Look at this. Shanahan's got that car turned up to 100 as he gets it into the outside zone. Oliver Randler can't hang with the Irishman as he now goes for the front wheel, goes for the door, but it could be too much too late.
Wow, I don't. Did you see in that transition? It almost looked like there might have been contact with Randall really trying to get back into the chase.
Into the chase, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm really excited to see that back again. But oh my gosh, Jack Shanahan, this is only top 32, dude. If you're gonna keep pushing the pace like this throughout the entire run, I don't know.
Next level, leagues above the devil. Flying higher than they said I would, they label me a rebel. Bogota barely as dope as me.
Here we go, lads.
That's the
Top
only thing
16.
that give me
Let's
dopamine.
fucking go.
A legend, the only thing that I'm supposed to be.
Be a
Everything's
good
the
one.
only thing that's owed to me. Yeah, I want it all, my baby. I didn't come to watch, I came to ball, my baby.
Get you some popcorn.
Well,
Get you some
welcome,
drinks.
ladies and gentlemen, to round 5 of Drift Masters 2025.
Enjoy the
And that's right, you're joining
life.
us here in the beautiful Bekaneki Trace in the middle of Riga in Latvia. My name is Ian Waddington and I'm joined alongside my very good friend Jacob Gettins, and we're going to be talking you through all the action in Top 16 this afternoon here as the sun shines down on this beautiful circuit with packed out grandstands. Jacob, we were blessed with an incredible Top 32 that was short of nothing but fireworks.
Yeah, if that's setting us up for the rest of this event, I mean, holy cow, because we had wrecks, we had crazy tandems, we had one more times, kind of the whole bingo card that is Drift Masters at Riga. We've seen it. There's a few things still left to check off, but I'm sure we're going to hit it by the time we get to the finals.
Yeah, we certainly will. And as you can see, fans now lining up the grandstands, taking their seats ready to see the spectacle that is the big part of the show. The Top 16, we've just had our drivers parade out where we brought all of those 16 drivers out to stand in front of the grandstands, wave and speak to the commentators, the local commentators, and listen to that national anthem. But let's take a look at the calendar so far from 2025. Round 1 was cancelled in Rome. We moved it along to Madrid in Spain, where Oliver Randalou took the win. Then we went to La Halma in Finland, where Conor Shanahan stood top step on the podium once again. In Kildare in Ireland, Peter Wojciech took the win, and we are now in Riga in Latvia, where we're ready to crown our King of Riga. Well, then we're going to move it along to Ferropolis in Germany, the Iron City, before all roads lead to the final, the Red Bull Drift Masters final at the PG Narodoway. But the driver's standings right now could be a little bit upside down by the end of this weekend. Conor Shanahan was leading the points lead going into this round with 278, but out in top 32, a big upset. Oliver Randalou also out in top 32, so now starts to lose points to the guys behind him. Wojciech in, Passer in, Kavir in, Korpolinski out, Heinonen in, James Dean in. So we could see a complete switch as the driver standings before the end of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, really, there's this round. We got 2 more after that. Anything can change when it comes to these driver standings. So keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on the bracket, and let's see how the top 10 does as we get through the rest of this day.
Well, exactly that. So here we go. We can see our top 16 drivers all making their way around the circuit here to pull up in front of those grandstands and wave to all the fans, show their appreciation to the fans that have been here since 9 o'clock this morning in this blistering heat, waving and cheering and supporting on those drivers. And those guys can hear the fans inside the car.
Yeah, it is absolutely packed here. I tried to get around the paddock a little bit earlier on, and it was amazing just to see how many countries represented, all these different people, and everybody's so knowledgeable when it comes to drifting. It's incredible being here for the first time, and man, I don't want this weekend to end.
No, well, it's got to end at some point, and we have to crown the King of Riga. And those fans, yeah, look, they've been coming here for 10 years watching European drifting at such a high level, and they love the likes of James Dean, Peter, and even this man, Oran Nilsson, who said this was his first drift event many moons ago, and to be crowned the King of Riga would mean so much. You see the Lithuanian flags there hanging over the edge of that grandstand. Torane Kavir, a man that with his team worked tirelessly all night to get himself into the show today, and it worked out, it paid off for him. And there, another man that got a huge round of applause when his name was rung out over the microphones.
Yeah, it's crazy how loud the fans get. Another driver, Lauri Heinonen, it's so much respect for this, having to battle through in a vehicle that he's barely ever driven. And man, you could just see the support for everybody here. Everyone's got someone to cheer for, and a lot of the fans cheering right now. Jack Shanahan battling on one of the craziest set of runs out of an amazing weekend with Fionn Roach behind him. And there is a sight you don't see often during the top 16 ceremony. That is Connor Shanahan, that car parked, sitting idle, while the rest of the drivers out there celebrating. That is a rough go.
Yeah, shock exit for Connor Shanahan, but we're going to take a look back at what happened in that top 32 to get to that point where Connor Shanahan was out. He battled against the one and only Lithuanian superstar, Benediktas Čerba. A few mistakes crept in for Connor Shanahan in his lead and his chase from the judges' point of view, and wasn't where he needed to be. Contact with the wall in that final outside zone as well. Benediktas Čerba being given the win by the judges, and Shanahan's weekend, that claw of points, that haul of points he was looking for here in Riga, not available now. He's going to have to sit it out and work out what happens with the rest of the drivers. As we say, big championship contingencies, but this was a big accident. Dwayne McKeever finally back in that carbon Kevlar 186. Lost the power, the dry sump belt on the engine.
Yeah.
The engine sensor shut the engine down. He had no drive. Laurie Heinemann in that borrowed carbon Kevlar A90 Super from Team Drift Games had nowhere to go but to make contact, and we see probably one of the biggest crashes we've seen so far this weekend here in Riga as those two climbed amongst each other and got into the tyre battles.
Yeah, it's great that both drivers were able to walk away from it. We talked about it before, the testament to how well these cars are built, but ultimately there is the driver walking away with that. And we get into another big wreck. Connor Falvey, Thiago Correa. This was crazy coming into this final zone. There it is, just that slowdown and another set of that front wheel contact, and had a chance to catch up with Connor Falvey on that, and he didn't realize how big the hit was until he watched some of the replay and saw himself bouncing around inside the car. And man, that is going to be sore a little bit later on. But both drivers, you know, lots of respect there. Happy that everybody's walking away from it. And although you saw that frustration, he did get that win.
He certainly did. Jack Shanahan here putting on a masterclass in front of Oliver Randalou and earning his way into the top 16. Absolutely beautiful driving from the Irishman. Once again, as we've seen many times before, Oliver Randalou really could get himself into the zone this weekend and sitting third in the championship. Big upset being taken out by Jack Shanahan, and Connor Shanahan will thank him for that, knowing that now Jack Shanahan could start clawing some points back on him, moving it along to this battle. And it's very interesting one between Andreas Vasiliauskas from Lithuania and Piotr Vincek from Poland, and an absolute masterclass, a clinic, if you like, from Piotr Vincek.
If this is any preview as to what he's going to be like for the rest of the competition, it is going to be very difficult for everyone to kind of keep pace with him. All the angle, all the style, all the line. This is a high contender, and getting that win and moving closer to getting past Connor in the season championship. This is going to be a battle to watch. And then another driver really fighting to push up and kind of get back into the fight there. James Dean taking home that win against Juha Potalaxo. Great run there. Another driver completely on form. James, this is not the season he was hoping for, debuting this new car, but he is so used to being on top all the time. Now having to fight from the back to get up there, it's going to be interesting.
It certainly is. Well, these are scenes in the paddock earlier on as Connor Falvey's S15 was bolted back together again. The team did an incredible job in the short amount of time they had to get that car fixed and back out for top 16. And Connor Falvey looking to, progress as far as he can. These are live shots right now of what's going on down there, and Connor Falvey not getting a little hot under the collar there in the car. You can see his mother. But let's take a look at what he has to face this afternoon in top 16 as we're going to see the battle tree of what is going to go on. Here we go. It's going to be Spossop to take on Espen Road, Benet Bertans, Dean Kvyat. A big battle right there. For me, Falvey, Heinonen, both the Drift Games cars going together head-to-head, no messing around. Falvey knows that car better than Heinonen, though, so it's one to look out for.
Yeah, and then after that, we've got Kevin Piscotti and Benediktas Čerba. Great battle there, following with Jack Shanahan and Uran Nielsen. Both drivers absolutely on heaters right now. Uran throwing down some crazy runs, and Jack right there with him. And after that, Piotr Vincek versus Kevin Pisser. Ooh, there's a lot on the table for both of them in this one. And then wrapping things up, Jarkko Jula and Fionn Roach. Fionn getting that jump up into top 16, so massive for him, but a tough battle with Jarkko Jula. He's going to provide him a massive vehicle to be chasing, that's for sure.
Yeah, he certainly is. Well, look, this is the track that these guys have got to drive around, and it seems very simple. Yeah. There's a few ups and downs, there's a few curves, there's a few corners, shall we say, but it isn't that simple for these guys to drive. So let's take a look at exactly what these guys do, or they did do in qualifying yesterday, to give our judges the perfect qualifying line. So we go off the line, they go first, second, third, fourth gear, big into that outside zone, full throttle there, all the way in that zone. Then a nice slow transition to this almost touch and go on the outside of the circuit. Then you pick up this inside zone before going right to the edge of the circuit there to that outside zone. A nice transition back with a long arc all the way down to the outside zone, right on the edge of the curb. Then a nice quick transition to the decel zone, back on throttle again in this long outside zone before getting that job done. Bumper onto the wall, across the line. It seems easy. It isn't by any means.
Yeah, there's so much more going on with this as well, because you've got bumps in the track, we've got some changes in pavement, there's more and more rubber being laid down, the track is developing as we go, it's getting faster, and as the temperatures change, the track will change with it, and that'll just add one more element that all of these amazing drivers have to work through in order to get to the top and be crowned the king of Riga.
Yeah, that all coveted crown of Riga that everyone comes here for to try and win, and it's now become its own sort of crown within Drift Masters. Well, look, the time for talking's over. You can see that it's heating up on track. Let's get it heated up right here at Drift Masters. It's time for Top 16. Well, what better way to kick it off than two guys that never probably thought they would be in the top 16 in Riga, of Espen Road to take on David Spossum, a Polishman to take on a Norwegian. Espen Road, a rookie this year at Drift Masters, earned his license and made his way through, and now sits in the top 16, the first one of the year after taking out Juha Ritten in top 32. Spossum, though, not a stranger to Drift Masters, been around the scenes for a few years now and wants to kind of cement his name in the championship.
Yeah, and choosing to take that lead first. We went back, we took a look at the battles, kind of ran some numbers, and there's what we thought was a massive advantage may not actually be there, so a lot of drivers still taking that lead run.
They certainly are. Well, we know these young guns are going to mix it up, that's for sure. They're off through the start line, through the gears. Fourth gear selected as Espen Road goes for an early initiation, and Spossum gets into it in that outside zone. Espen Road falling down off the outside, now starts to rein in the Polishman as they fire through the outside zone to the circuit, looking to get door to door, and a nice transition back for David Spossum as he puts that S15 right where it needs to be. That 2JZ singing as Espen Road now tries to find the door, tries to climb up on the side of the Polishman. Flags are flying across the line.
Amazing way to kick off our top 16 here at Riga. We've got an incredible lead run there from David Spossum, and for Espen Rhodes, does an amazing job in the chase, just trying to get into it. A couple of spots where the timing didn't really play out perfectly for him, but after sitting over the break from top 32, taking that inside line, David Spossum able to really push things out, but Espen, as I said, just a little bit tighter in there to kind of keep up with the pace of Spossum, who is on it. He's getting those zones, he's collecting everything that he needs to, but I will say, Espen, not shaking at any point, doesn't have a massive gap pulled on him, but I would like to see him more in the pocket. Now that we're in the top 16, as we move through these battles, these drivers need to be pretty much on the door for every single corner, every single transition, and that is the only way you're going to be crowned the king of Riga.
Well, I'm going to throw it back to the initiation. I think Espen Road, that all came down to the initiation. Smoked the tyre straight off the start line and then kind of allowed David Spossum to get up and get away, and then he fell down on the inside of the circuit. That didn't help him out. He was mistimed then on the transitions. But look, I'm staying neutral in this one, Jacob. We're going to move it back to the start line. It's going to be Espen Road to lead out David Spossum. They get the thumbs up all round from Marcin, who has now donned his Drift Masters shirt, ready for this weekend's action, and a nice pair of smart trousers on the start line. Here we go, Espen Road leading out David Spossum through the gears. Down they come for initiation, looking for a nice clean run for Espen Road right now. Now Spossum gets it wrong. He's on the inside as Espen Road goes super wide on that first outside zone. But look at Spossum now aggressive, trying to find the door of that BMW E46. They fire through the smoke. Big transition. And look at this, Spossum on the inside of the circuit getting it all wrong as Espen Road throws down an absolute masterclass of a lead line out front. Espen Road on the wall, Spossum in chase.
I mean, listen, maybe people have been following Espen Rhodes longer than I have, but the amount of style he just threw out is crazy. I didn't see this in practice. I didn't see this anywhere else. This is nuts.
You forgot the flags that are flying.
Oh, you're right.
He's Norwegian.
He's Norwegian. That is where it came out. He's been watching all the battles and all the other drivers. But yeah, right off the bat, look at this. Just a complete drag race. David Spossum not letting him get away from him, but right here, as we get into that zone, we get more and more angle piled on the entire time, and Spasov has to take that shorter line. Well, I mean, really, Espen's got more angle, but he's still picking up more speed. This is nuts. Spasov does a good job to collect back in. There was a couple of spots in here where I think Espen got a little bit too crazy on it. Maybe didn't collect that inside zone that is very, very important through a lot of this run, but did do a good job to continue out the rest of the run, where Spasov, I mean, that is just a rolling burnout for a good period of time. Now, the judges have a couple of different ways that they're going to be looking at this. Was this run chaseable? Was there things missed? There's so many things that need to be looked at and dealt with, but thankfully, our judges, some of the best in the world, greatest minds, able to go look through, check all the replays. They've got all these angles, and they can go back, they can rewind, they can select angles, all this fun stuff. You and I, we get to watch the same show everybody else is.
Yeah, we're just fans.
Just fans.
We're just fans of drifting.
Yep.
That's all it is. That's all it comes down to. We're just like you guys sitting at home watching along now on the Red Bull TV app, on the broadcast, watching this and enjoying the scenes that are here in Riga and Latvia, and especially these slow-mo shots from our Phantom camera from Red Bull TV. Absolutely beautiful. Just goes to show you all the compression, all of the wheels up, all of the tyre smoke, and the bumper-to-bumper transitions. Both guys out of the car. Espen Road looks like it's business only. Serious look on his face. David Spasov's having a lot of fun. What way is this going to swing? Oh, look at this. Slide him left for Espen Road, right for David Spasov. It's one vote for Espen Road. It's Espen Road getting the win, advancing through to the top 8. And look at this, what a weekend for this young man. So happy. As he steps back inside that car, he's going to go back to the pits, fresh set of tyres, back to the grid, reset and go again.
Yeah, well deserved too. Just really hanging things out. Maybe a couple of spots where he can clean up that line, but that extra style, that extra angle, that flair that he brought to that run, that's really what did it. And Spasov just couldn't hang. So here we go, next set of battles.
Yeah, next set of battles on the line. It's going to be Nicolas Bertans to take on Jason Benet. Jason Benet, the high qualifier, opting to chase first again. This is his first battle in top 32. Didn't want to lead out, wanted to test that other driver to the limit. Nicolas Bertans, the Latvian, the local man, the car was built just outside of the main grandstand. Sits on the line, a new deal this year for 2025. Sits in that carbon Kevlar BMW. Look at this, Jason Benet laser focused. The Frenchman slams into gear. Looks for the green light, creeps off the line as Nicolas Bertans leads them down the gauntlet into that initiation zone, firing through the gears. Nice flick to angle from Nicolas Bertans as he gets on the throttle. Jason Benet, a little lost in the smoke, but he tucks up on the inside and goes for an early transition, but he's going to be on the inside, and he loses some ground to Nicolas Bertans. Then fire back, good transition. Jason Benet trying to make up some lost ground, but he's all this time that he's out of formation. He puts the car into a spin as Bertans fulfills the outside zone. Job done for the Latvian.
Wow, coming out swinging right off the bat. Nicolas Bertans, that was nuts. Jason Benet shaking his head. Absolutely gutted after that chase. Where did it all go wrong? Did it start early? I mean, what I can say is that BMW is so fast and very, very loud. Blowing out the mics here. So right off the initiation, look at that. Benet having to take that tighter line and just even at that point goes for that dive, but not able to really get in with Nick Knack, who's just on a heater. Look at how fast these transitions are on throttle, getting that car to whip around. And for Jason Benet, he is fighting all the way through to try and find the right spot, but mistimes that transition there. And then all but sits and watches. We backs that car around. And yeah, oh man, Nicolas just back on throttle and drives away from the Frenchman, who's having to sit there and watch the rest of the run go by.
Yeah, such a shame for Jason Benet. On the initiation, he fell way down on the inside, and there's a section of the track that's painted with a box in it.
Yeah.
Away from outside zone 1. That is a no-go zone, and he was a wheel in there, Jason Benet. So I'm not sure how the judges are going to deem that in the chase position. I know there's a no-go for the lead car, obviously, but in the chase position, I wonder if he's going to get completely scrutinised for that as well. And yeah, we look back at the replay, some mistakes and scrappy chasing from Jason Benet, and also that almost over-rotation into that final outside zone with it back on the line ready to go. And Jason Benet just taking a moment to cool the car down. Start line Marshall Martin down there supplying some cool air.
He does everything. Tape your car.
Yeah,
cool you off, whatever you need.
Whatever you want,
yeah,
he can supply it.
Yeah.
And we supplied him food yesterday.
I mean, we didn't.
We didn't.
Yeah.
Edgar Skajeras did.
Yes, he did.
Delivered a kebab to him on start. But there we go. Ready to go. Jason Benet to lead out Nicolas Bertans. And Bertans a little side by side, not letting the Frenchman get away. as Jason Benet goes for a nice flick to angle. But look at that from Bertans, already on it. Big dive straight onto the door as the Latvian now hunts down the Frenchman on the transition. Onto the rear wheel he goes as Nicolas Bertens positions that BMW perfectly. And it's a nice lead line so far from Jason Benet as Nicolas Bertans now fires onto the inside. He's going to have to wait to get onto the door and into the outside zone. He gets there in the end, and the door-to-door, a little touch before they cross the line.
Oh, it all almost went wrong for Bertans. I mean, through that run, I was very concerned with how fast and snappy that BMW is. Could he hold it back? Could he contain all of the horsepower, grip, and energy that it's got to be able to put down a solid chase there with Jason Benet out front, who now obviously feeling the pressure of being a little bit behind in this battle with that almost complete spin out. But Benet doesn't look like he lets it affect him. Still runs his game, still runs that lead line. Well, Nicolas behind him just pushing that pace. I think that hood is visible pretty much in every shot all the way through the window. And the transition so well timed from both drivers. Nicolas, right here, I thought that was going to be it. He caught that. He was a little bit shallow on the zone before, and then that caused him to shoot out and be even more shallow through that zone. We'll see how the judges weigh that when it comes to the entirety of this run. But either way, another spicy battle here through our top 16. What are you picking apart there, Ian? I see you leaned in.
Yeah, I'm leaned in, just trying to get up close and personal with the monitor. Just having a real good look, trying to dissect the whole battle. Yeah, Bertans' chase was just phenomenal.
It's so good. If he can get all the timing down through the entire run, he might be unstoppable this weekend. Because but I mean, listen, as we move up, those small little mistakes, those can't happen anymore.
No, exactly. But he stood a step at his podium before here in Riga, and sure as hell he can do it again. Here we go. Decisions in, left for Benet, right for Bertans. It's one vote for Nicolas Bertans. It's going to be Nicolas Bertans getting the win, advancing through to the top 8. We say goodbye to Jason Benet, and the Latvian fans around the property are cheering and waving the flags.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I mean, just an excellent drive there from both runs. And for Jason Benet, I mean, he'll be thinking about this for a long time and then putting his focus on the next round.
He certainly will do, that's for sure. Rookie year here at Drift Masters, and we hope he stays for quite a while because he is an absolute honour to have here. Here we go, big battle coming up. This one on the line now has good championship points in it as well. Dean down in the points would want to claw him back, but for me, this is all on Kvyat. Kvyat higher in the championship than what Dean is. If Kvyat can get some points here, some of the other guys tumbling down the order, we'll see how it goes out. James Dean opts to lead first. Torane Kvyat, the lower qualifier, sits back off the line, focused in the zone, punches the window. Not too much to say from Kvyat as he gets ready to go. Banks that car into gear. That V8 Turbo 180 SX comes off the line. James Dean piloting that Mustang. RTR Spec 5D as he hammers through the gears. Big flick to angle. And look at this from Kvyat, straight onto the front wheel. No messing around. He knows he can trust James Dean as Dean puts down a heater of a lead line so far on the foot brake. But that doesn't shake Kvyat. Kvyat is with him as they fire through those outside zones. Kvyat pops through the smoke, looking for the side of that blue Mustang. Once again, Kvyat into the zone, but Dean is absolutely pinpoint perfect in that outside zone. Kvyat now trusts Dean on the door.
We were not disappointed with that battle at all. That's something, as soon as this pairing came up, you and I were chatting about, we were looking forward to it because we knew this would be a complete heads-up battle. This is all throttle. These are two drivers that are at the highest levels of drifting, period, both going at it. And we have so many differences, but so many similarities in the way they drive in their car and the setup. And look at this, just Tor able to get that timing down, and then almost looks like he's trying to push the pace of Dean, who, like always, just laying down that completely perfect run. It's so crazy how consistently amazing he is. And for Torane Kvyat, just that gives him that opportunity to get into the pocket. There's no excuses. You can just be there all the way through. Tor having to take a little bit out, but times these transitions well to get back into the chase. And really, that Mustang is just so incredibly fast that it's amazing how it's able to just pick up speed, even at angle, even at lock, all the way around the zone. Torane Kvyat, though, he did everything he needed to do in the chase. Would love to see him closer, but it's so tough with how fast the RTR is.
It's very tough. It's very tough. So we've seen a lot of contact in top 32, and I think Torane Kvyat doesn't want to be that guy. You know, that causes an incident for no reason. You know, there's close, there's gaining that proximity. He stayed with him throughout the full run, so there was no need for him to push too hard.
Yeah, and we'll see as they swap this around how this ends up playing out. I expect Tor to really throw down. It's back there a little bit. Okay, we're all good. As we talked about in top 32, scrubbing off those marbles that might have been collected off the front tires. And yeah, for James Dean, I mean, it's got to be the same chase, if not better, and there's a little bit of room there, but not much.
I mean, spotters would have been exchanging words up the tower and back to the drivers. James Dean now asked to lead out Torani Kvyat as they get the thumbs up. Torani Kvyat slams that car into gear and ready to leave as soon as he gets that green light. Here we go, Kvyat to lead out James Dean through the gears down, looking for a nice clean run. James Dean going to have to apply the pressure to Torani Kvyat. A nice initiation from Kvyat. Dean leaves it late and he's lost some ground already, and now starts to gain it back in as Kvyat fires that 180SX across the track. Dean with him though, looks for the outside zone and pops through the smoke on the transition as Kvyat fires it wide and keeps a hold of it. Big handbrake drag though for Kvyat as he looks for this outside zone. He's going to open the door and Dean's going to take a step in as he applies the pressure onto the front wheel across the line.
Yeah, this is going to be tight. I mean, I do think that maybe James had a slightly tighter chase, but there's some really cool things that Tor did in that lead that might start to swing things that way. So pretty tight between these two drivers. Absolutely throwing down so much speed, so much angle. Tor trying to shake James off at any turn all the way through that run. I mean, he's hucking angle. It's so tough to shake James the Machine Dean, but if there's anybody that's going to be able to do it, it's going to be Torani Kvyat. So once we get back to these replays, let's dissect and really break down how this entire run went. So kicking things off with the drone, I mean, Ian nailed it right off the bat. There was a bit of a gap pulled there. Now Tor on a slightly tighter line through that lead, and then James tucks things back in as we can see just how much smoke is pumping out of Tor's car, and James Dean completely locked in. E-brake in, a little bit of that squint there just to, you know, you never want to run into the side of the other guy, but if you're driving to the point where you're having to kind of scrunch your face a little bit, you know you're on the right path or you're about to make contact, and thankfully James Dean able to hold back, not make contact with the side of Tor, who left that door wide open for him all the way through the final zone. So great set of runs from both drivers.
Yeah, not the perfect lead line there from Torani Kvyat. When you look back at it, slightly out of that first long outside zone. He was only one wheel in it, let's say mid-line if you like, and then the transitions to some of the other outside zones kind of caught him halfway through. Not as deep in as we'd like to see. I'd say Dean's lead was probably cleaner. Not sure if the judges see it that way as well, but we'll be interested to see how it goes and what way the judges swing their decision. Both guys out of the car smiling, and they would have had fun regardless of whatever the decision is. Kvyat there just putting his thumb up saying that was a load of fun. Here we go, decisions in, left for Dean, right for Kvyat. It's one vote for James Dean. It's going to be James Dean getting the win, and unfortunately the end of the weekend for Torani Kvyat, but what a tough fall battle for him and the team, and fair play to everyone involved in getting that car back out, and still a good points haul, getting himself into the top 16.
Yeah, sometimes that's the biggest win is having a massive mechanical failure and getting the car back out so you can battle, and I mean, Tor, big smile on that. He knows how that battle all went down, and already excited to see what he's going to be able to bring.
Well, there we go. Becky is down on the ground, back once again, and she's with James Dean, who must feel really good.
James, a brilliant battle there between two old friends. I mean, to have a great chase, you need a good lead. Do you know that whenever you go against Tor, that you've got somebody that you can push 100% with?
He's an awesome guy, and I have absolute full respect for him. We spend a lot of time outside of these events chatting, and I respect his driving. Very similar to mine, in the lead position. It's all out, flat out, as hard as he can go. No games, and it makes for some great tandem. Very happy to very happy to be by that one. I knew it was going to be a tough top 16, but the Ford Mustang RTR is killing it. Loving this track in Riga, packed house. What more can we ask for?
Excellent, James. Congratulations and good luck in your next battle.
Well, there we go, thank you very much. And yeah, congratulations, James Dean. A packed house it is indeed here in Riga. Latvia and James Dean happy with that one. We're going to find out who's going to battle next, because the next battle is on the line, ready to rock and roll. It's going to be Laurie Heinonen to take on Connor Falvey. And Connor Falvey, the higher qualifier this weekend, opting to lead first. Now, an odd situation. Yeah. Both of the Drift Games carbon Kevlar cars on the line. Connor Falvey piloting the S15, and Dave Egan was piloting that carbon Kevlar A90 Supra this weekend. Decided to change up cars and had the spare car with him and said to Laurie Heinonen after that engine failure, why don't you drive it for the weekend? Heinonen took that car though on some monster trucking earlier on up the side of Dwayne McKeever. Now still in it though, still in the show, trying to get some points back. The defending champion looks to creep off the line. Connor Falvey looking to get back into the top 8 again, looking for a podium this weekend as he fires through the gears, flicks that S15 from left to right, now gets himself into the outside zone, full throttle from Connor Falvey. There's no shaking the Finnish driver as Laurie Heinonen fires that car in onto the door, losing a little ground on the transition as they come back across the circuit. Connor Falvey on a perfect lead line. That car fully working again after big impact earlier. Now muscles his way around this outside zone. Heinonen trying to find the door as Falvey brings it across the line.
Yeah, Falvey just continues to impress over and over again, and for Laurie Heinonen maybe being a little bit more hesitant after already having one impact in a car that you're borrowing, and really one that he just doesn't know that well. The platform, the engine package, everything is different. Everything is different.
Exactly that. Both these guys having crashes earlier in top 32, and you know, probably both driving a little nervous, Jacob.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if Connor's driving nervous because he was kind of right back on form through this, completely back at his speed of transitions. That rate to angle, as we call it, was so snappy. It was so quick, and for Laurie, really running that midline all the way through, not having maybe the confidence to huck the car in the way he would in his own car. But for Laurie Heinonen, this is just to be out here, to be out in front of the fans. I think for him that is just such a massive, massive victory. Well, out front, oh, Connor Falvey, man, just gets better every run, every battle, every year. And I mean, we're second year in, but if I didn't already know that, this is a veteran driver. That is a veteran run.
He can't be veteran. He's only 17 years old.
I mean, listen, I'm just saying. Yeah, I mean,
he drives with a style of age.
Yes.
He doesn't drives like
beyond his years.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, there we go. Laurie Heinonen pulls to the line to lead out Connor Falvey, and Heinonen now asked the question by Laurie Heinonen: have you got a good lead line in you in that car? As they come off the line, Heinonen in that A90 Supra, carbon Kevlar Drift Games car, fires through the gears. Look at this, so Falvey on the back bumper, fires in on a big line. But look at this from Heinonen out of the outside zone, has to push the back end back into it. Now full throttle from Laurie Heinonen. He looks for these outside zones, he goes nice and wide, picks up that one, but you can't shake Connor Falvey as they fire through. A little shallow there and a big straight line handbrake drag. Laurie Heinonen, as Heinonen tags the wall, Falvey stays away and now starts to apply the pressure.
Yeah, it's and for Laurie, I mean, he looks good in the car, but he still doesn't look like he's comfortable.
No,
it's not quite flowing for him. It's where areas of the track where instinct starts to kick in, where you might do something in one car, you can't do that with this Supra, and it's so different for him. So even in practice, we saw some changes. I know that they've been into that car and tried to get it as close to an S chassis as they possibly can, but that's not an easy task. So for Laurie Heinonen, a lot of this is just get around, try and collect as many points as you can, show up for the fans, do everything possible to put on the best possible show and make sure you're still in these battles. And really for Falvey, it's put down a solid chase, but don't go crazy and just see what's going to happen with Laurie.
Exactly that, and you know, a fair play to everyone behind the scenes involved in getting both those cars repaired, because both of them needed extensive work after top 32 to get on. It's looking like Connor Falvey might not make it, but the Shanahan team jumping in and making sure, alongside the James Dean team, to make sure that Falvey was out there in competition. And you can see how battered and bruised both these cars are after a tough weekend here in Latvia, and nevertheless still out there doing their thing. Connor Falvey, for me though, driving with such aggression now.
Yeah, and even in this case where there's a few spots where he makes a dive like this, where he could have maybe held back a little bit and still left a bit of a gap, and then the way he sinks back into the zone kind of at the end of it to make sure that the finish is fantastic and he's right there, it's so expert level. And for Laurie Heinonen, hopefully engine package all sorted, we see him back in the car that he's just completely dominated in for, wins a championship in. Will we see that car back? I don't know.
Well, we shall find out in Germany in just a few weeks' time. Here we go. Decisions in. Slide him left behind and right for Connor Falvey. Will Connor Falvey make it through to the Great 8? And he does. Falvey takes it through to the top 8. We say goodbye to Laurie Heinonen. And you know what? For Laurie Heinonen, this was just extended time. After the engine failed on practice the other day, I think he thought, that's the end of the weekend. They tried to borrow a car. They did borrow a car, and he managed to reclaim something of what could have been a lost weekend.
Yeah, even a couple of points here or there, whatever you can get on the board can make a big difference. We're already starting to sense, some shakeups here in the entire standings, and every point you can grab, why not go for it?
Well, there we go. Becky's down there with Connor Falvey. Connor Falvey must be happy after what was a disastrous top 32.
Connor Falvey, congratulations on getting through to the top 8. Now, I know how much courage it takes to get back on the horse after it's bucked you off. Your family and friends rallied, your car's back on the track, and you're looking pretty smooth out there. What was going through your mind when you got to the line?
what was going through my mind was I was so nervous, but I'm taking all the fame off me. It's completely up to the team. All the Shannon's team, James's team, my own team worked so hard to get the car out there. And honestly, to get through to the top 8, it means the world to me. I appreciate everybody so much. So thank you.
The run was very aggressive, you know, like you could have held back. You were going into outer zone 5. That was where it happened last time, but you gave it everything.
Yeah, I knew I had to give it everything. Laurie's the champion of last year, so I had to take every opportunity to claw a bit of ground on him. But honestly, I'm just so happy to be in the top 8.
Congratulations, Connor. You're driving well ahead of your years. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, he is driving well ahead of his years. So thankful to everyone behind the scenes for making sure he was back out for competition. But these teams don't give up too easily. They'll work all night, all day to make sure they get in the show. And look at that. See what it means to Connor Falvey as he makes his way off the circuit now. He'll be getting ready for his battle in top 8 against a very steely competitor.
Yeah, that is going to be epic and a battle he'll never forget.
For sure. So we go back on the start line. It's going to be Benedictus Cerba to take on Kevin Pascolti. Kevin Pascolti, the higher qualifier, opting to lead first. And Hungarian to take on the Lithuanian right now, sit on the line. Pascolti all smiles earlier on in the paddock, meeting all of the fans as we open the gates and let everybody in to meet and greet all of the drivers and teams. Pascolti said he's having such a good weekend, and could it carry on to a top 8 finish for him? It's Benedictus Cerba, full business mode, no messing around. The Lithuanian wants it. He's got a lot of support in the grandstands this weekend. He's got nothing more to put that Eurofighter on top of the podium. Well, here we go, off the line and through the gears. Kevin Pascolti to lead out Benedictus Cerba. Nice initiation for Pascolti. Clinical line, but drops a little bit out of outer zone 1. Now fires through, starts to pick up the pace and starts to drive away from Benedictus Cerba. Cerba caught in the smoke, goes for a big dive though, goes for the side of that E92 BMW as he fires back into this outside zone. A little bit too much angle there for Pascolti. Has to adjust and get himself back in that final outside zone and opens the door for Cerba.
Yeah, scrappy battle. Yeah. Definitely a scrappy battle. Both drivers finding and in a couple of cases passing the limit of what maybe they were comfortable with or what their car was able to do. But they clean it up as they go. There's just a couple of spots here where I was for sure clenching because I wasn't sure how this was going to end up going. But yeah, right off that initiation, we can see just not really getting into where they wanted, either of them, into those pockets. But through these transitions, now you start to see the gap closing up. Oh man, it's so fast through here. I can't even imagine what it's like to see that car coming up that quickly. But yeah, man, both drivers, great jobs. Not an issue there. But really, for me, Pascolti, a couple of spots where it's just, yeah, for both drivers, it's just a bit of cleanup here and there.
Yeah, I think Pascolti's lead wasn't the cleanest we've seen all weekend. Yeah. Fell out of outside zone 1 and then made a massive error as he came into that final outside zone. Dialed on way too much angle, almost put that car over-rotated. You can see these cars run with massive amounts of these angle kits, and you could see how it affected the car as he got into that outside zone. He then had to come back out and back in again. Opened the door for Cerba quite a bit. Well, Cerba now sits on the line as the lead car. He's going to chase down Kevin Pascolti. Get chased down by Kevin Pascolti as he hammers through the gears. Cerba in full business mode, no messing around. It's business out front, party out back as the Lithuanian throws it in, and he does exactly the same. Drops out of that first outside zone, fires it through out of the Forest Day car. Oh, Pascolti's wide. Pascolti's up onto the gravel. Can he hold on to it? And he's not. He's lost in a cloud of smoke as Benedictus Cerba now puts that car into the final outside zone, kisses the back bumper, the tail lights onto the wall, and Cerba absolutely smokes out Riga.
Wow, Cerba, did he completely just shake off Pascolti? What happened at that point is, man, that is wild. And I almost feel like Cerba knew something had gone down because he kind of did that rolling burnout through that last zone as what feels like almost a celebration. But we'll see here as we see all the fans. I mean, it's another crazy battle that we're getting here, but what all transpired that ended up putting Pascolti into the dirt. So Cerba out front. First zone looks okay, comes out of it midway through. Seen a lot of drivers doing that as they transition into the second zone.
You can't see it from that angle. Pascolti's on the curb at that point.
Oh, okay, so yeah.
See?
And then that's it. And then no grip out there. It's all marbles.
Marbles, yeah.
Yeah, it's all marbles. And it almost looked like fire. I think it's just dirt, but.
No, you can't see it from that angle either. He lost in the smoke then.
Yeah. Wow. That was absolutely nuts. Once again, another driver, just that small miscalculation and
bam, then catches on fire as he hits the gravel. Incredible.
Yeah, that was Yeah, it does. Yeah, we're looking at the replay the judges have got as well. As soon as he gets onto the rumble strips there, it actually looks like the tire catches fire. He's just trying to find any grip to dig himself out of that situation, and thankfully it wasn't worse. But for Churba, there you go. Look at that, lifting a wheel, full angle all the way. What a shot.
Beautiful.
That's one you send your friends, for sure.
That's a wallpaper on your phone.
Yep. I might do it. I might do it.
Well, there we go. Both guys out of the car, and Churba and Piscotty breaking down the run as they do. And look at this from Churba, stone cold, not a lot of emotions. Here we go. Slide them left for Churba, right for Piscotty. And Piscotty knows where it's going to go. It's going to be Benedictus Churba. Now he smiles, now he breaks the business, and now he says, a little sigh of relief. And look, he waves to his Lithuanian fans that are surrounding every grandstand here in Riga. And he's made it through to the first top 8 so far of this season, I do believe.
I think so. I think you're correct on that. So, yeah, absolutely massive win there for Churba. And we'll see how he's able to continue that momentum, and maybe he can shake a few more drivers.
Well, yeah. Who knows? Who knows how it's going to go down this afternoon? Anything can happen. Look at this big Lithuanian amount of fans in the property. It's really good to see the support and see everyone traveling around.
All right, this is going to be a wild one. We're talking about two drivers just
let's
pushing style, pushing
Jack
pace
Shanahan.
all the way around. Uran Nielsen and Jack Shanahan.
Yeah, Jack Shanahan just having a word there with our start line Marshall Martin, making sure that everything's all good and ready to go. Pre-flight checks, as we like to say, and Shanahan gives a thumbs up. Oren Nielsen sits back in that chase position. Shanahan, the higher qualifier, leads first.
Uran Nielsen locked in, stoked, pumped, ready to go.
Yeah, slams the door closed, ready to get this underway. Bangs the car into gear, gets the anti-lag popping, starts to creep off the line, and Shanahan gives the green light to go, and we're off through the start line, down through the gears as Shanahan flicks that 2JZ Toyota GTA 6 into the outside zone. A lot of guys doing the same mistake over and over. I'm not sure what's changed down there as Oren Nielsen now looks for the side of that GTA 6 as Shanahan's up on the gravel, manages to hold on to it, fires it through, and it's a mess from Shanahan, but Oren Nielsen deals with it as Shanahan reclaims it, gets back into this outside zone, puts a bumper and spoiler to the wall and across the line.
That was
wild.
That was wild. I thought it was completely over for the Irishman on that. And really, I mean, what's crazy, though, is the rest of the run is super solid. Just going out wide there, another driver pushing really hard. And let's see how Jack Shanahan was able to dig out of this. Uran Nielsen right off the back and bathed in smoke to the first outside zone. Transitions are so fast for Jack. Uran able to keep it up, though. Jack lifting that wheel, getting that weight transferred over and trying to find that grip. Let's see, gets off into the curb.
Oh, wow.
Still digs through it and then transitions the car like that. Absolutely wild. Look at how much travel they've got into that car right now. They're trying to find as much grip as they possibly can, but that could have been a complete weekend, potentially a car-ending crash there. But Jack Shanahan stays in. Uran Nielsen hangs through the whole thing too. Didn't follow him off. That is something you do see often, where a chase driver, you know, is
follow the lead car off track.
And they kind of get pushed off even further just being in the chase. So good job for Uran Nielsen to be able to keep everything going. But man, that was tense for a few moments.
Yeah, I think Jack puckered up a little bit there.
I would. I mean, I did from here.
You did, yeah.
I think the collective
you were hiding
audience
behind
did.
your chair.
Maybe.
Well, here we go. Back on the line. Oren Nielsen pulls up to the start line, ready to get things underway. We don't have a Jack Shanahan of yet, so the clock is now in effect. And we'll see that clock counted down. Hopefully, Jack's car ready to go.
Wonder if he's just cooling it down?
So he's just, so 32 seconds. I do believe he's just outside of the tyre warming area. And here he goes, just cooling that car down, using some fans down the back end of the grid. Heat getting into these cars. I want to know what's going on that first outside zone. Everyone seems to be falling out and then back in again.
Yeah, midway through. Yeah, they're getting the first part, they're collecting that, and then just pushing out a little bit. So maybe some changes in where the grip is on the track. That spot a little stickier.
Well, it's in the shade as well.
Oh, that's a good point.
Because they come through the forest, out of the forest, through the shade, back into the bright sunlight where all the grandstands are. So is that part of the track cooling a little bit more, and is it less grippy than the rest of the track?
Yeah,
that's something to think about.
Not sure, but yeah, very, very strange. So we'll see how they're able to adapt. Jack Shanahan ready to go, getting the thumbs up, door closed, ready to rock.
Yeah, he certainly is. There we go, off the line comes Oren Nielsen to lead out. Jack Shanahan on spot in top 8, waits for one of these drivers who's going to be taking it through to battle Churba as Oren Nielsen fires it in an early initiation from Jack Shanahan. He's high up on the door of Oren Nielsen's Toyota Sora. They fire through. Look at this from Shanahan. Tries to hustle and bustle, and now Oren Nielsen goes wide and puts it into a spin. It's a complete replica, a complete same mistake.
Well, I mean, for Uran, I feel like he steered into it a little bit looked like he wasn't going to be able to make the inside zone and had to unwheel the car a bit to try and push out to it, and then that's when it all went wrong.
I think he caught understeer.
You think so?
I think he caught understeer.
Oh, interesting.
We're going to take a look back at the replay as we see Jack Shanahan taking it off track. Orion Nilsson already got himself off there. Watch this from the drone. We might be able to see it clearly. Full throttle, no messing around. Look at Jack Shanahan. Almost backs that car in on angle. Orion Nilsson, look, gets to this outside zone. Watch the front wheels. Taps the foot brake, catches understeer, gets back in it. Already too late. He's on the wrong line.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was trying to unwind just a little bit to be able to make that zone and then picked up too much speed.
He left foot brake to push the back of the car to the outside zone. And I think all it done was gave him a whole load of understeer.
That's what's happening right now. These cars are so gripped up, the tires are so grippy, but
this,
you have that much force. Yeah, I think you got it. I think you nailed it. Another driver able to kind of make that correction at the end and not completely bin it in.
But
yeah,
I'm just going to put it out there.
Yeah.
I'm watching this as a drift fan. I'm staying completely neutral.
I love that about you, Ian.
Jack Shanahan through
I like
to the
voicing
top
my
8.
opinion because that's what I'm paid to do.
Well, and everybody.
That's what I'm here to do.
Everybody's sitting in the
And
grandstands.
everyone's sitting in the grandstands. Everyone's sitting at home watching it, and they all have their own view.
Right.
And everyone has their own opinion. So, you know, I'm just giving you my thoughts. I'm talking and walking you all the way through this weekend alongside you, Jacob. It's always a pleasure.
I appreciate
and fun.
it. Yeah. Oh, dude, we have so much fun.
We have a lot of fun.
We do. It's always smiles.
It's almost a crime to call it a job. Well, here we go. Both out of the car. The decision's in from the judges. Slide them left for it. Nilsson, right for Shanahan. It can only go one way, and that's Jack Shanahan making his way into the top 8. And Jack Shanahan happy that Orion Nilsson. He said, "Thank you." To Orion Nilsson.
Jack Shanahan.
Man, wild series of events. And
I love him because of his
touch the green,
fucking.
as you say.
Rubber the green.
He's like a
Rubber the green.
wild
Yeah, rubber the green. You get it.
I'm collecting
drifter.
phrases.
You're collecting them.
Angry
all around
drifter.
Europe.
And because he
There we
looks
go.
like this cunt called
Well, the Irish
the Colonel.
flags are waving,
Get
some
the
young
fuck in.
supporters. And Becky is down with Jack, who must have a big smile on his face, Becky.
Jack, that was, I would say, one of the more sketchy runs that we've had here on the track today. But, you know, we were talking about grip before you went out here, and you said going into the top 16 battles that people are going to be putting so much more grip into the cars. Do you feel like that may have had a reflection on what's happened here?
Yeah, for sure. Like, my car has been fairly hooked up since the get-go of the weekend, and I actually done like probably one of my best lead runs in front of Orion in practice, and I think he took it quite seriously and put a lot of grip in the car, because my lead was pretty okay. I kind of messed up the first corner and I had kind of a scrappy run, to be honest, and I knew he was there. And like Max was saying on the radio, you have to be on him from the entry, and to be honest, I could not catch him. He was absolutely flying up the straight, and yeah, I just got extremely lucky, and here we are. So I'll take it. You know, it's I've had quite a bit of luck this weekend, but look, we'll take it. We'll keep going. There's no hassle. So yeah, a sketchy run, but I'm just glad we avoided contact, and of course we got the win. So top 8 next, and yeah, let's go.
Confidence flying quite high. Obviously, you had a great weekend in St. Louis last weekend, and now you're here in Riga. Like, is it too early to say, you know, you're feeling like this one might go your way?
Like, yeah, we'll see. I don't want to see all my cards right now, but we've definitely been dealt a good one, hopefully. So we'll keep pushing.
Brilliant. Push on, Jack. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, doesn't want to see all the cards
like
he's been
that.
dealt yet.
I like that.
I like that.
That's interesting.
Keep something back.
There's definitely some momentum going Jack Shanahan's way, and it's well deserved. He's an incredible driver, and he's had not the best year where he's been driving.
No,
but
certainly not. Well, here we go, back on the line we go. It's going to be the Estonians take on the Polishman. It's going to be a big one, and we spoke about it earlier on. It's going to be Kevin Passer, who is fighting for points after a really good start in Spain at the beginning of the year, but he's got a steely competitor alongside him. He's going to be taking on the one and only Piotr Wojciech as he sits in that car, absolutely laser focused.
Yeah, completely locked in. He knows the spot he's in. He knows how he is driving, but I will say Kevin Passer, not one to be pushed around at all. Look at that face, man. Might be smiley on the outside, but when he's in that car, he is locked in and ready for business.
Yeah, certainly another driver that's ready for business. Well, here we go. They get the green light to go. They're through the gears down on to initiation as Vincek fires that in, as Wojciech fires it right where it needs to be. And look at this, so from Kevin Passer all over the door, goes for an early transition, almost makes a massive mistake, tries not to lose too much ground as Wojciech fires it back across the circuit again into the outside zone. He's got such a beautiful lead line all weekend. Into the wall he goes. And look at this from Kevin Passer, finding the door, finding the side of that A90 Super as they bring it across the line.
Both these drivers have stepped up once again. I mean, for Piotr, not the perfection that we saw previously, but for Passer, he is is up. He is ready to fight. He is making such an incredible push on all of this run. Never lets really Piotr get away from them. Piotr almost a little bit deep through there, but doesn't kind of come out of that zone in the middle like we saw from other drivers. Pretty tight though, and then right through here, Kevin Vasseur pushing that pace. Piotr almost goes off track there as well. A lot of drivers struggling with that section through this zone here, and this is where it gets a bit spicy for the Polish man. Just getting that back bumper into the wall, he is able to corral things, adds a bit more angle, and then yeah, for Kevin Vasseur, makes another correction after that. So
yeah, Wieczek doing such a good job in that lead. If you watch it, there's almost a smoke trail the whole way. It's like he could drive the track full throttle the whole way.
I really do think I would love to see like the throttle log just to understand exactly what he's able to do through the whole thing. But it is pretty wild the way he's driving it, and that car, although sitting very, very low, still very dynamic. It is moving around quite a lot. I would just love to be a fly on the wall when they set that car up, though. I think they zip the tent up.
Anyone's allowed near that car when they set it up.
I would love a front row seat to watch them get that car dialed, because it's just not an easy vehicle to control, and it wasn't for him for a long time, and he has got that completely locked in now.
Here we go, back on the line, ready to rock and roll. The clock is removed. They get the lights start to illuminate. The green one will flicker, and it'll be Kevin Vasseur to lead out Piotr Wieczek. And they come off the line through the gears. Down they come to initiation as Vasseur fires it in the Estonian right to the edge of the circuit. But look at this Wieczek right on the door. No messing around as the Polishman bumps again. Back on the front wheel. Absolutely phenomenal. They both go wide. Wieczek goes deep, but he holds onto it. And it allows Kevin Vasseur to start to drive away. As Vasseur now looks for that final outside zone. He's into it. Wieczek into the wall. He can't seem to get the pace as he looks for the Estonian across the line.
Unlucky.
What is going on with that part of the track? The driver's just pushing that hard. What is happening? Piotr Wieczek, that is so uncharacteristic to
Look
get.
at that face, though.
That,
He angry, though.
Listen, he gets that aggressive. That is what he does. Now I'm also wondering, like, anything else going on? Did Kevin Vasseur check up at that point? Piotr have to back out of it, and that's what caused it. So let's see. Man, for a happy man, what an angry face when he is driving.
Yeah.
It is nuts. Kevin Vasseur, you see with that initiation, that car squats down, grabs grips, and starts to shoot off. And right there, adding that bit more angle, Piotr times that transition quite well. And as they come out to this section that has been the absolute game changer, see, that spot doesn't really show it. There is contact before, and I'm really curious. But look at how well the super handle is coming back on track. That rear wheel. Like, yeah.
I didn't see that contact on the first half. He hit from wheel to front wheel.
Okay, interesting.
Watch this as he comes around, ready? Boom.
Oh, and that pushes them both wide now. Well,
I'm going to say that pushes Vasseur wide.
So
it's from wheel to door, we're being told.
Okay.
Not from wheel to wheel. But I wonder if that is what pushed Vasseur wide, which is why Vasseur ended up on the curb with a wheel in the gravel.
Yeah, but the question is Vasseur slowing, or was Piotr just too aggressive at that point? Because that super is so fast, right? So that's a big standout point through this entire run. It could be the difference between, for Piotr moving up, potentially even getting past Connor, and for Kevin Vasseur, this is also massive championship implications for him as well. So it'll be really interesting. I do think, at least for me, I would love to understand the judge's opinion on this once we do get a call, because I have no idea which way this would end up going.
No, same. I totally agree.
Both drivers, though, dig out of it and keep going. That's the best part of it. No turning back at any point. What a wild set.
Well, no one knows what's happening here, because the judges still haven't come to a decision. They're still discussing this one. They're still discussing the contact. They're looking at a drone shot now, so a different angle to what we were looking at it on. And they're looking at, look, see, this is what the judges are looking at. They were looking at that drone shot just before. They're discussing the contact and wheels off track, and this is what the judges are seeing now. So you're seeing our EVS judge, Chris Witalski, is showing our judges, look, tag onto the door there. That unsettles Kevin Vasseur.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand where the decel ends up coming from, or if it's just Piotr too aggressive. That's to me, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, well, here we go. It looks like the decision is going to drop in. Yeah, it's going to start him left for Vasseur, right for Peter. It's going to be 1 vote for Peter. It's 2 votes for Piotr Wieczek. He gets the win and advancing through, and he doesn't look even convinced, and nor does Kevin Vasseur. They both now stop and have a discussion.
Yeah.
David Kalas, we have to come to you, because even the drivers are confused with that one.
Yeah, the thing, what we said on the beginning of top 32, there are places where you need to be dialed on throttle, and there are places where you can decelerate. And if we looked on the data which we are having from our system, we saw as Kevin is going from outer zone 2 to inner zone 3, he got slight understeer, and then the speed is starting to drop significantly. And then there is the contact, which is pushing him a little bit out. So the contact happened already because of slowing down of Kevin in that sector. So we cannot blame Chaser for that contact because he was doing his best to keep close, and the leader was slowing down too much in place where he should not.
Okay, thank you very much, David. And yeah, the judges still having a good conversation about that one. And
Oh, wow.
you're looking at the data there, Jacob.
Yeah,
It looks
yeah,
like
it's-
Becky's down there with Peter. We'll come back to you, Jacob. Becky's down there with Peter. He seems quite unsure down there, Becky, shall we say?
Peter, just taking a quick look at your face right now, I'm wondering what is going on in your mind after this battle. Congratulations, you are through to the top 8, but let us know what you're thinking.
Yeah, from my perspective, it felt like I maybe dive a bit too much behind him after the first transition, but I need to analyze the lead run because it all depends from what happened on the lead run. I don't know actually. He felt the contact and blamed that he went out of the track because of the contact. But how it was, I need to listen to the judges, how they see that. From my perspective, it's definitely something not obvious, but we'll be fighting still, and yeah, fingers crossed for the rest of the runs.
Thank you, Peter. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, Peter's going to go away and analyse it. You're looking at the data and you were shaking your head. You were agreeing.
I see. It's tough because it happens so incredibly quick, but there's a fairly noticeable decel, and that's not where you're supposed to be doing it.
Well, there you go. It just goes to show you that the Wally system working for everybody in and around the building. We go back to the start line, though, to this one. Two young guns, two young superstars in their own rights, in their own countries. Jarkko Jula from Finland puts his hands together and prays and says, what a weekend so far for him. And Fionn Roche, the other side of the track to him, well, he is on an absolute blinder. No practice today, this morning in top 32 practice now. Laser focus says, I'm going to just have to learn on the fly and learn with every battle. He's going to chase down Jarkko Jula. As Jula, the higher qualifier, decides to lead first, side by side as they come through the gears down to initiation. He flicks that Toyota JZX to angle, stands on the accelerator and sings that to JZ as they fire through. And look at this from Fionn Roche, not letting the young Finnish driver get away. Now starts to regain some lost ground as Jarkko Jula puts it into the outside zone. Fionn Roche losing ground once again, now making a mistake in the outside zone, but so does Jarkko Jula as Fionn Roche goes to the inside of the circuit and across the line.
Wow, man, the way that Jarkko Jula, I've talked about this so many times, but the way he makes such a giant car nimble and transition so quickly, and he drives it like it's half the size. So yeah, you can see that Fionn Roche not super happy with how he got around that track in the chase. But for Jarkko Jula, back on throttle all the way through the zone, running right to the edge of it, to the last half of them. Fionn Roche looks really good through outside zone 2. And as we come through the inside clips, the timing not quite working out, not able to get into the pocket of the side of Jarkko Jula. But yeah, a lot of these transitions, it's just we need Fionn Roche to be a bit more aggressive, to just dive in and really pick up as much speed as he possibly can. Now that you're getting up here, now that we're pushing into the top 16, you got to remember everybody that you're battling has already won that other battle. They've got that experience of getting that track down. So this is a big taste of what it is like in top 16 for Fionn Roche. And for Jarkko Jula, lays down a completely solid run. And look at that lean coming in. Man.
That is the coolest shot.
Ah, it is definitely up there. All the fans there, drone in the background.
The drone in slow-mo, the cars on full tilt.
I did find out that I can have access to this footage, and I'm like, you don't need me to do that because that's all I'm going to do all day. I may not make my next flight. I'll just be sitting there scrubbing this footage back and forth, and yeah, Fionn knows what's up. Now,
yeah,
we have already seen Fionn, when he is angry, turns into a bit of a madman.
A beast.
Yeah, beast. I like that.
Beast, yeah.
Yeah, so let's see if that happens again, and if he can harness that anger into an incredible lead run.
There we go, he's on the line to lead out Jarkko Jula, the Finnish driver, feeling confident after that really nice lead line, even though there was a few mistakes creeping in from both sides. They're off through the gears, down to initiation as Fionn Roche goes for it early, lights up the tyres on the back of that 2JZ GT86, but look at this from Jarkko Jula already on the front wheel, the young Irishman, as they fire through the smoke. Fionn Roche starts to pick up the pace now, starts to look at that wide line.
Oh,
it's an
no.
accident for Fionn Roche. Jarkko Jula gonna complete the run as he has to, and then shut it down as he gets across the line. And yeah, we'll get shown the red flag from our marshal and see Fionn Roche in the middle of the track. That car absolutely in tatters, and yet another accident here at Drift Masters.
Wow, that pushed him out really far. That shows how much energy and how big that hit was. I really just want to make sure he makes it out of the car. So we see some movement from that door. And
yeah, he's out. It looks like he's going to be okay. He's out. He's okay. He's been told that he is okay. He's just shaken. And look at this, Jarkko Jula straight over there to make sure that Fionn Roche is okay. And Fionn visibly upset. Yeah, as he's now taken away with our medical team. He will go and get checked out, as all of these drivers do. They all go and get checked out, whether it's back in the paddock or right now. But that was a big impact.
Yeah, that was nuts.
So our safety marshal down there making sure. Look at this, you can see where it all went wrong. So full tilt. Look at Jarkko Jula though on the rear wheel onto the door. Nice transition back, and you can see Fionn Roche just going too wide there, just can't control it, hits the wall.
Going too handy, but they'll beat me.
Absolutely, puts that thing into a spin dryer.
Yeah, I mean, he caught that wall at 97 kilometers an hour.
Wow.
That is so crazy. I mean, he was coming into it
Look at this
at
shot.
over 100. 1, 2.
Jarkko Jula did an incredible job of not to make contact with him.
Yeah, that could have been so much worse, and that could have also taken out Jarkko Jula, who maybe saw what was going on. You can almost see him pull a bit of angle out of the car.
Oh, he did hit him. Look at this as an on-board, ready as he hits the wall. Ready, bam! Hands off the wheel, lets it do his thing, tries to stop it.
Man. Oh, that feeling is... I hope it's a feeling I hope no one else has to feel.
And you can see what it means to him as he sinks into the seat and puts his hands on his eyes. And Fionn Roche, not the top 16 he was hoping for, and you can see him down there with Becky, and I'm sure we'll go down there and find out exactly what's going on in a few moments' time.
Yeah, just once again, very happy that he's okay, and that is such a well-built car. So that's the biggest thing here.
Well, that's the thing. No, it looks like Fionn Roche is going to try and drive that car back to the paddock.
That's interesting. I mean, so it's definitely a well-built car, but I don't know if I'd be going for that route.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to talk to anyone, to be honest with you. I think he's got himself in the car, Jacob. I think he's just taken a moment to himself. That was a huge impact for Fionn Roche, and not the way he would have wanted top 16 to go. You can see it here. Look at the speed he's carrying. We can barely keep up. We do have to make it official, though, from our judges, and it will be the Finnish driver, Jarkko Jula, getting that win. That was so close to taking out both cars.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to win that way, but Fionn Roche, as we talked about, you know, we knew he was going to push hard. We knew he had a bit of a gap to make up when he came to that run, and unfortunately just a little bit too much and wasn't able to catch the car before the wall, and he had so much speed going in there. And, you know, it can't be said enough. I'm just very, very happy that he is okay.
Yeah.
But this is what Riga is kind of like. Everybody grabbing another gear in a lot of ways, you know, putting more grip into the car and just trying to find the last little bit to become champ, because you have to here. Everybody's on it and everybody's pushing that hard, so it kind of becomes a game of who can control it.
Yeah, I mean, we always say that Riga is a risk-reward. All of the Drift Masters events are risk-reward, but I think Riga is one of the ones where you have to push 110% and you have to risk a lot.
It's risk-reward, but the risk is so high and the consequences are so high, because if you go off anywhere, it's a problem. There is no safe place to kind of bail out of a run.
No.
So, and the speed that goes with that, you look at Feropolis, you can't bail out of a run there either, but the speed is much lower. So it's a little bit different of a situation, because the consequences are high, because you're going to crash, you're going to hit concrete, but the speeds aren't as much. Whereas here, man, when you make an oopsie, it's a big one.
An oopsie?
An oopsie.
Is that what you call it, an oopsie?
Yeah.
Little...
Is that a new one for you?
I'd say that's a big oopsie.
Well, yeah, that's a big oopsie. A big old boop.
Well, now we know he's okay, we can have a lighten the mood. Here we go. This is how it sits after the last battle of our top 16, and this is what our top 8 looks like. It's going to be Nicolas Bertans to take on Espen Road, James Dean to take on Connor Falvey, Jack Shanahan to take on Benedictus Scherber, Peter Vincek to take on Jarkko Jula.
Yeah, this is just absolutely shaping up to be an incredible top 8 and a big shake-up for a lot of these points as well. But for Piotr, he needs to keep going. He's got to get past Connor. And if he does, he needs to just extend that gap as much as he possibly can.
Well, I already wonder what the points look like now with Peter in the top 8.
Yeah, it's going to be. I mean, it's going to be close. It's some napkin math there, but
some napkin math, I like.
Yeah. Jack Shanahan, Benedictus Scherber. That's going to be another one. But really, for me, at the big spotlight, James Dean, Connor Falvey.
Yeah,
I really do think Connor's got it in him. I do. And to go up against someone like James Dean when you're already on a heater like that, when you're driving that aggressively, and then you know you can do that against arguably the greatest of all time. Almost inarguably, but James Dean, you're gonna gain so much more energy. You're gonna start to push even further and try even harder. And for Connor Falvey, as long as he's able to hang on to it and not have an incident like this, it's going to be a tough battle for James Dean.
You look early in Connor Falvey's career, you know, Rookie of the Year 2024, comes into Drift Masters 2025 with a whole new load of expectations. To take down James Dean at a track where James Dean is multiple European champion, multiple American champion, he's won championships in the Middle East, he's won them all around the world.
Yeah.
If Connor Falvey can take down James Dean at a track that James Dean has won probably more than anyone else, that's a big statement, and that kind of puts you in a position where you can say, there's not a lot I can't do.
And you're also in a spot where even if you just put in a solid battle, you didn't really lose.
No.
So it's a no-lose situation for Connor Falvey, who can just go at it. He's had so many wrecks already, so many hits, he shouldn't even be here. So it's, you know, the most dangerous man is a man that has nothing left to lose. And for Connor Falvey, that's the spot he's in right now. So it's going to be good. It's really going to be good.
Let's put eyes on this young man for a moment. Espen Road, rookie year here at Drift Masters in 2025. And now Espen Road finds himself in his first top 8, taking on a man that has been on the podium here before in Latvia. It is, of course, the Latvian home hero. Well, look, the time for talking is over for us. It's time to kick off our top 8. Well, there we go, down back on the start line. When we were talking about Nicolas Bertans, I mean, this man, so much pressure on his shoulders, but in a good way. All the support from all the Latvians. He's in his home track at his local event, in a car, in a brand new deal that he secured for 2025. He's looking and feeling confident.
Yeah, he's looking so great and has adapted this car incredibly quickly. He's driving it the way this car needs to be driven as well. It's not one that you can kind of float around. It needs to be driven hard, needs to be bitey. And for Espen Roads, really, I mean, Norway's just another one of those nations that just keeps producing incredible drivers over and over again in his last run with all that flair and style that I feel like kind of came out of nowhere. He just blossomed in front of us with this crazy angle, and we'll see how that ties in. But I mean, doing that with Nick Knack, it's a really good pairing for me. The only question I've got, Espen Roads, is he going to be able to keep that speed up all the way through? And for Nicolas, is he going to be able to hold things back a little bit? Because both of them can throw a ton of angle. Both of them are very snappy and stylish. There's a little bit of a speed discrepancy in there, but just because you're faster doesn't mean you're going to win, because you still have to chase and hold that back. So there is, not that there's a strategy in being deliberately slow, but you got to remember, because this is a racing series where you swap back and forth, an advantage can become a disadvantage very quickly.
Certainly can, yeah. So the last few track clearings ready to go, and our track team just out there making sure all of the track is as consistent as it's been all weekend for our drivers. Reference points and banners and the whole show. And before we get those guys off the line, ready to rock and roll, Espen Road for me, he's been here all year. We talk about him like he's only just showed up to Drift Masters, but he has been here since round one. Just hasn't had that turn of fortune, didn't have any luck in Madrid, didn't have any luck in Finland, engine failure. And then Mondello Park again, problems, just couldn't really get it together. We come to Latvia and now he's really starting to shine.
We see that here. We see drivers wake up and we see them, you know, be able to push forward, and we'll see if that's the same story here. The other part too is not running as much in the other rounds. Your car's a little bit fresher.
Yeah.
And some of these cars that have done really well previous rounds, they've had more laps, they've had more battle damage. And at this point in the season, especially with all the stress that gets put on the vehicle at this round between the G-force and the grip and the RPM, things start breaking, and we've seen that a lot.
We certainly have. Well, here we go. Looks like we are track clear and ready to send cars. It's going to be Nicolas Bertans to lead out Espen Road. Espen Road, the lower qualifier, sits in that chase position as Nicolas Bertans now flicks that carbon Kevlar Euro 5 right to the edge of the circuit. He's almost put it into a spin, but he holds on to it as Nicolas Bertans now fires down, tries to get himself back on that qualifying line.
What the fuck?
Replication of Fionn Roche.
Ratchet.
Nicolas Bertans going to finish out the run same way as Jarko Euler did. And he's going to pull up and see that the young Norwegian's buried into the wall.
Are we going to have any cars left?
Someone said to me in the break between top 32 and top 16, it could be just one car in the final. And now I start to believe it.
Yeah, this is crazy. And a little bit earlier on, I actually shot a bit of a message over to some of the people behind the scenes. I'm like, can we just please make sure that everything is clean out there? But, you know, it kind of got the all clear that we're good. It's just everybody pushing this hard, and it's biting back really, really quickly. Wow.
Well, it looks like Espen Road's okay. We give the thumbs up there to the ambulance, and the ambulance will leave the circuit, and he says, no, I'm fine, I'm safe. As you say, Jacob, all these cars built to such a level that, you know, these guys can take a big impact and walk away from them happily. I'm not sure what's going on there with Espen Road.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I'm trying to go back through this replay. It is looking like maybe some sort of understeer before he went into it.
We're going to see it right now on screen. You can see nice initiation from Nicolas Bertens, but does drop a wheel over the edge of the circuit. Espen Road falls down on the inside ever so slightly. Starts to follow Nicolas Bertens, but then collects it up. He ends up on the inside of the circuit, and I wonder if that positioning, maybe the drone shot's going to show it better here as we come through. Yeah, look, big understeer there. Puts him on the inside, and he understeers once again. There's just no saving it.
Just understeers all the way through and not able to get the
Look at that front wheels.
Yeah. So when we talk about understeer, for anybody who doesn't know, it basically just means those front wheels are not turning and gripping and being able to actually move the car around. So it is, I would say it is probably the scariest thing that can happen to a race car driver, especially at those speeds. And just the car not able to find that grip in the front end and pushes out nice and wide. So yeah, that is another nasty hit. This one coming at very similar speed. 98 kilometers an hour going into that wall.
Wow.
Yeah, a highway speed going into a stack of tires. And I mean, those tires, they do soften a lot of the blow. They whip the car around a lot for sure, but that's just
Look at this, you see it in the Phantom slow-mo. Front wheels almost dead straight and then start to turn the other way as he's trying to get himself out of it. He knows where it's going to go.
Oh, man. And yeah, Nicolas Bertens out front just keeps on that run. It's definitely not checking your mirrors kind of situation in there. We see, oh, wow.
Whoa, look at that shot. That was so close to rolling over at that point.
The amount of energy that comes out of that is wild. Taking the banner with him. Man, I'm once again just very happy that Espen is getting out of that car. So definitely need another minute here.
Yep.
To collect another vehicle.
Becky Evans down there with Espen Road. Is he okay, Becky? He must be very dejected.
Espen, first question. Are you okay?
I'm okay.
That's the main thing. Now, can you tell us from your point of view, from inside the driver's seat, what happened there? Because we were speculating whether it was some understeer or maybe something on the track, but you will know better than any of us.
I feel like Nick Nack was a little bit off the line in the first corner. Looked like he understeered. And then coming out to the second corner, I feel like he come off a little wrong in the transition.
So I kind of got a little bit lost because I felt like he was offline. So yeah, that's what I feel happened. So we'll see what the judges say, and yeah.
Simple situation of you followed him offline, and unfortunately we ended up here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Espen. We're glad that you're okay.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Becky. Yeah, calling it back to the judges, Espen Road. But I think the camera angle showed everything that we needed to see. I think Espen Road there kind of hoping that maybe there was more in it for him, but unfortunately I don't think there is. As I say, I'm just speculating as a drift fan, but I see a whole load of understeer, and it's not really what we look for in drifting.
Yeah, absolutely, and couldn't agree more. That's not what we're trying to do here. So that was a wild run.
Yeah, so judges just having a quick chat with me as well, saying, You're not wrong, Ian. You're not wrong. Don't doubt yourself, David Kalas said to me. He said, you're not always wrong. Sometimes, 90% of the time you're wrong. The last 10% you're right. But yeah, Nick Nack was out of that zone. David Kalas just confirmed to me, Nick Nack was out of that zone. But the understeer, I mean, we see it from every kind of angle there that Red Bull TV could give us, and you couldn't miss it. And that car now is in a bit of a state.
Yeah, and it happens
Never
so
raced or rallies. Well, here we go. We need to make it official and give you a decision, and it's going to be Nicolas Bertans will take it through to the final four. Unfortunately, Espen Road cannot continue in competition, so he bows out, and we get the first contender in our final four. And Bertans, well, he's been in that situation before and ended up on the podium, so it could be a good weekend for the Latvian driver, that's for sure. And the fans are happy with that one. As we see everyone in the grandstands ready to go, and now, yeah, I think that's been... That information's got to Espen Road, and you can see him a little bit dejected. I think he thought that maybe he could... There was something in it. Maybe he was kind of saying that Bertan's line wasn't the greatest and he led him off, but...
I think that understeer, maybe once he goes back and watches a couple of the replays, we'll understand, yeah. As you said, Bertan's not on the perfect line by any means and got pretty wild out there. But ultimately, I mean, I just don't know if those two things were really connected.
Yeah, well, there we go.
Yeah.
We're going to... He'll find out. We know. We know. He will find out. We're going to send it back down to the back end of the grid in a moment's time and see the next battle that's going to be lined up. And it's going to be James Dean to take on Connor Falvey. An interesting one. We spoke a lot about Connor Falvey, rookie of 2024, up and coming, looking for that podium, looking for that opportunity to stand on the podium this year. And he said, that's the goal for 25, stand on the podium. And then 2026, there we go. Becky's doing some wandering around. She's finding some people to talk to, and she's found Dave Egan. How's he feeling, Becky, watching all of his cars out there this weekend?
Yeah, do you know what? I was thinking to myself, I was like, who's around here that I can grab for a little chat whilst we're having a little bit of a clean-up on aisle 4? Dave Egan, obviously, we've just seen Connor Falvey get into the top 8. I mean, what a fantastic result. It's not been your weekend, but for you sitting on the other side of the fence now, getting to watch this event, watch the show, tell us what you're thinking.
You know what, I was actually disappointed I didn't get in the battles today, but after watching that 32 and 16, I'm kind of happy to be on this side of the fence. It's really difficult out there. Every driver's pushing beyond the limits. Every year it gets faster, and you can see one tiny error, and it's just you're in the washing machine in the wall. Connor has been unbelievable. I mean, the car is going back to Ireland this evening. All chassis legs are bent. We used a van and a pole to straighten that car before its last battle with Laurie. And of course, Laurie went to the moon with Dwayne McKeever. So it's been busy for the team. But I will say, it's been a lot of fun to watch two of these guys overcome it. And our team has been putting those cars back on the track all day. So a shout out to the boys behind the scenes and every team here as well.
What is it really like, though? You know, you're so used to being in my position, chatting, commentating. Like, have you really enjoyed the process of changing from this side of the fence to the other?
It's a challenge. It's a big challenge, and you're getting in the ring with the best in the business, and it feels that way straight away. Nobody's messing around. But I'm learning as I go, and I'm enjoying the experience. It's the biggest challenge I've ever taken on, but if my 17-year-old teammate can keep it cool, I should be able to as well. And the big thing is he's up against James Dean next. And when I saw him battle James Dean as a 15-year-old 2 years ago, that was the time I said, this kid's going somewhere. He messed up that day. Let's hope he doesn't mess up and he actually gives James a real good run, because I think he will.
Brilliant. Thank you, Dave. Well, good luck in the next battle. We hope it all goes well for you guys.
Thank you very much, Becky. Well, there we go. No more talking about that battle. It's on the line, ready to rock and roll. It's going to be James Dean to take on Connor Falvey. It's going to be that Ford Mustang RTR Spec 5DM to take on the Carbon Kevlar Drift Games S15. Thumbs up all round. James Dean, little hands together there. Let's hope for a good battle, maybe. Let's hope that everyone comes out unscathed.
He wants a good battle.
Yeah,
he wants Connor Falvey on his door all the way, and then he wants to swap it around and do the exact same thing again.
Yeah, look at this. Connor Falvey, a nice nod to our start line. Marshall Martin as the light goes green. James Dean will leave.
Here we go, lads.
Ford V8 screams from underneath the bonnet of that Ford Mustang as they come through the gears and flicks it. Connor Falvey shuts it down, doesn't initiate, and problems with the car as Connor Falvey drives it out, and James Dean absolutely fires through the circuit, nice and wide, good line. And Connor Falvey just going to follow in, just try and keep out of James's way as James gets into that final outside zone, stands on the accelerator, lets that V8 scream and puts it across the line.
Oh man, that is the complete opposite of what we were hoping for, but that is the reality of drifting and racing in real life, that you can get everything ready and you think everything's set, and then you go to leave the line and something happens. So no idea right now. He was obviously able to make it around, but not entirely sure what ended up happening. Just doesn't initiate. I don't know if judges are even trying to look at it to see if they can figure it out, but really James Dean, goes around. I don't think his spotter's talking to him in real time to let him know what's up, but
no, he's
laying down just another incredible lead run. At this point, it is going to be very difficult to keep that man off the top step, and it's going to be very difficult. That's all I got to say about it. But I'm really hoping for Connor Falvey that whatever that issue is something that can be adjusted immediately, and we can at least see the other half of this battle.
Well, we'll find out what's going on. He's back down on the back end of the grid with Marcin. And Marcin will be relaying that information to our team behind the scenes, and we'll find out exactly what it is in due course. And yeah, it looks like the car, maybe a sensor fault. Look, that car was heavy into the wall, heavy into the side of Diogo Correa earlier on today. And Connor Falvey looks like he's going to retire the car and take it back to the back end of the grid and just say that is all she wrote for this weekend.
So many things in those vehicles now, and we do have a lot of sensors and a lot of electronics that operate them, and unfortunately one or the wrong one fails. And what is going on with James Dean?
Now we have another drama with James Dean. And it looks like he's got that car running, but now James Dean seems to have an issue. So James Dean, you can see there a little bit of a heated conversation with his team, pulls away. James Dean, I think at the moment is, I don't think James Dean knows what's going on with Connor Falvey. Connor Falvey has pulled to the line. We're hearing over my headset right now from our guys behind the scenes that Connor Falvey has lost boost in the car coming off the line, had no power.
Okay.
So didn't initiate because there was nothing there for him. But then we can see a panicked James Dean talking to his crew.
I heard something about nitrous. That's the only word that I caught out of that conversation. So
okay, so we're being told that there's a very strange situation down there on the back end of the grid. We're not sure what's going on. We're going to find out as it happens and relay that to you. James Dean, you saying heard no nitrous?
I heard something about nitrous. I don't know if it was, turn it off, turn it on, something along those lines.
So
I'd love to listen in, but I don't think you.
Okay, so we're not sure what's going on with James Dean. James Dean seems very, very aggravated there inside the car. We're hearing now that Connor Falvey reporting to Marcin that there's no boost in the car, no power whatsoever. But we can see that James Dean is visibly frustrated.
Yeah, this is really, really strange. So I thought I heard a nitrous purge after he left. I really don't know. I'm grasping at straws here, just trying to put a couple of pieces together to move this story along a bit, but we're as confused as everybody is at home.
Yeah, we're very confused. I'm being told that we're waiting for answers from down the back end of the grid. And Connor Falvey, so Marcin's calling over our start line marshal to show him inside the car. Right.
It's not making any boost whatsoever.
Not making any boost. There we go. Look, so it's not making any power. So Connor is out, but Connor Falvey is saying, I'm done, I'm out.
Yeah, and I mean, that could be blown coupler, intercooler pipe. There's so many things that it could be. So that's the cross arms, that's it. So for James,
Well, but you know, the Starline Marshall, the safety team, they deem him not safe to run because there's no way we can send Connor Falvey in front of James Dean.
Right.
But we're still confused of what is happening with James Dean's car.
Yeah, I'm not sure, and I mean, maybe you can help me. Oh, no, we're not even going to...
Well, we're going to get a decision because if Connor Falvey can't run, it's going to go to James Dean. So James Dean will get the win. Now, James Dean already advancing through to the final 4.
Right. So
but we still need to find out what's going on because this is very, very strange.
Yeah, and really James had that lead on it, so James can't chase a car that isn't there.
Yeah.
Okay, so James asking, do you want me to do a run at all? And Marson letting him know, no, you don't.
No.
So maybe that was what was going on. James went to the back of the grid, assuming that Connor Falvey wasn't going to run, then sees Falvey pull up to the line, letting his team know, hey, maybe turn the nitrous back on. If he thought that everything was over, he would have went back, closed off the bottle. Maybe. And once again, I'm very much just trying to put pieces together here.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing we're going to find out all the information as it happens, and James Dean being told, well, you can go back to the back end of the grid. The decision has been made. Connor Falvey bows out of competition. James Dean advances through into that final 4, and I'm sure we'll find out more information as that gets word down, and we now move it along to hopefully another battle, because so far we've had just 2 solo runs in our top 8.
It's definitely been one for the ages. A great introduction for me for the craziness that is Riga.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like it most years.
It's just anything can happen, especially at this time of year. You know, it's just wild.
I think it's Riga. If the sun's out and the wind's blowing the right direction, anything can happen.
Yeah, we literally watched a rainstorm dissolve around
the racetrack. Yeah, anything can happen here. Well, here we go. We're going to go back down. You can see cars warming tyres on the grid. It's going to be Benedictus Cherba to take on Jack Shanahan. Cherba, the lower qualifier. Will he be asked to lead or chase first? Jack Shanahan happy, said he's on a little bit of an Irish luck this weekend, and Jack's going to pull into that lead position to lead out. Benedictus Cherba for a spot in the final 4 awaits, and could we see a Shanahan on the podium this weekend?
Yeah, man, the way that this bracket is stacking up, man, this podium is going to be a very, very interesting one for so many reasons.
Well, it'll be a podium we've almost seen before if it goes the way I think it's going to go.
I don't. Listen, whatever you think you know,
I don't know anything.
It's gone. Everything I thought I know is completely gone.
Oh, yeah. Well, here we go. Both guys pull to the line. Cherba looking cool, calm and collected on a really good flyer this weekend, that's for sure. Got all the fans, the Lithuanian fans in the grandstand screaming his name. Jack Shanahan pulls to the line though. He's been in this situation multiple times here in Riga. What can he do in that lead as he fires through the gears down to initiation? Jack Shanahan firing in that GT86 now starts to pull a big gap on Cherba already. Cherba shortcutting the outside zone as they fire through. Cherba starts to rein in Jack Shanahan as they fire in across the circuit. Down they come. A nice line from Jack Shanahan once again as Jack goes for that last outside zone. Cherba looking to find the door at GT86. Can he get to the rear wheel? He certainly can as they go to the wall across the line.
Happy to get that, a run across the line, Ian. I'm so happy that whatever was going on with those zones, the drivers are figuring it out. And you almost see Jack Shanahan a little bit hesitant on that area where a lot of drivers going into the tires. I mean, he's been dipping, he's been kind of getting wild with it as well, but reins things in, but not so much that it takes away from the excitement that is that Irish driver, Benedictus Cherba, in the back. Getting into, I mean, he's pushing the pace of Jack Shanahan, which is definitely something to be said. Pulling a little bit of angle out of the car there, getting lost a bit in the smoke, catches that transition pretty early, and then having to fight back to the rest of these zones for Cherba. I mean, he spent so much of that run bathing in smoke behind Jack Shanahan, and man, it was just not the way that he would have wanted that entire chase run to go. But when you've got Jack out front, he's so snappy. He flicks that car, I mean, really like almost nobody else. It's really incredible what that rate to angle is. And maybe I can talk to the Wally guys. Maybe there's data there on who's got the fastest snap of the weekend, because I mean, for my eyes, I think Jack might have it. That is absolutely wild. But man, look at the smoke coming off it now. As we talked about, how much tire is left under Jack Shanahan's car.
Just looking at these beautiful shots. I'm sorry.
No, I get
basking in these beautiful shots. I'm looking as well at Cherba. no windows in the car like most of these guys in Europe, and also America and Formula Drift, but the amount of smoke that gets inside the cabin.
There's a couple things that drivers and builders will do, whether it's a scoop on the roof to add some pressure into the cabin to blow the smoke out. There's a few things, but let's find out what's going on now.
Hold on a minute, I don't think this is going to be easy either. Look at this, Cherba's got the visor up and he pointed to the dash and Marcin looked at it. And now he's on the radio to the team behind the scenes, probably explaining something.
What a war of attrition this weekend has become.
It has been a war of attrition. These guys now having to... Look, he's shaking his head. There's no way that this can be another breakdown in the top 8. Can we get another car broken down? Well, Cherba and our Starlight Marshal Marcin there just conversing, having a bit of a conversation about what's going on.
Yeah, this is a fair bit of time at the line right now, so...
Yeah, well, Marcin's going, obviously, backwards and forwards to our team behind the scenes and relaying information, and those guys ultimately relay it to the judges, to the production, to me and you, and we let you know what happens.
We don't mind a call from production.
Depends, sometimes.
Yeah, most of the time. But yeah, this is really concerning here for Benedictus Cherba.
But yeah, and see now Marcin's over at Jack Shanahan having a chat with him. There's nothing that we see that was visibly wrong from either side of that battle. So I'm getting the information, Jacob, I'm going to let you talk for a moment.
Yeah, so, I mean, taking a look through as we go back to the Wally system, we've chatted about this a little bit. That is the sensor that is on the roof of the car, and that comes back and provides us some really interesting data to be able to go through and figure out exactly what's going on with these cars. So I was talking about how snappy the car is, and, you know, at one point, Jack Shanahan was doing 47 degrees of angle change per second. Now, doesn't mean a lot to a lot of people. Now we're seeing Jack Shanahan leave. Ian, tell me you got something for me, buddy.
So it turns out that something on Benedictus Cherba's car that was fitted there by someone else became dislodged and went under the pedals of Benedictus Cherba's car.
Okay.
When he returned back to the start line, he called Marcin over straight away, and that's what he was showing him, that there was something under the pedals of Benedictus Cherba's car, stopping him using the throttle, the clutch, the brake properly.
Understood.
Now, because this isn't something that was fitted by Benedictus or the team, the judges, everyone behind the scenes have decided that the best way to settle this is to run the battle again. So both guys are going to go back to the back end of the grid. They're going to reset, new tyres, new fuel, and go back out for another battle.
Okay, just making history again. Anything can happen in drifting.
And that's the first time, I do believe, anything like that has ever happened before.
Yeah, that is really wild. But
oh, wow.
I mean, if that is in the essence of fairness to make sure that this is as close to a head-to-head battle as we can get, then well, I understand.
Benedictus Cherba pulled up to the line and said to our start line Marshal Marcin, look, take a look in the car. Look, there's something under my feet. And Marcin said, well, you didn't put that there. That doesn't belong to you, so that is not your fault. So there we go. So we're going to move it along to the next battle, or what would have been the final battle of our top 8, and that's going to be Peter Vincek to take on Jarkko Jula. Now, Jarkko Jula sitting here thinking, wow, I'm in the top 8, and then he looks across and says, I have to battle Peter Vincek.
Yeah, this is big, but Jarkko Jula, I mean, he's on it. He's on an absolute heater, and Piotr Vincek had some of those issues earlier on, not completely perfect, showing a few cracks, and this might be the opportunity that Jarkko Jula needs to really do that. You can see it. That is hope in that man's face right there. That is, he understands the assignment, and I'm very interested to see how he plays this and how tight he can keep that chase and how much the pace he can push on the Polish driver.
Well, he's keeping the Finnish fans' hopes alive this weekend as they come off the line and through the gears. Goes Peter Vincek as he leads them in and fires in that Super. And look at that from Jarkko Jula down on the inside, looking for the front wheel of that Super as they fire back the other way. Look at this Jula straight down on the inside, not letting Vincek get away too quick. They fire through the middle of the circuit, right to the edge of the outside zone. Back across again, and Vincek on that perfect lead line as he puts the back end of that Supra to the wall. But Jarkko Jula can't be shaken.
Yeah, Piotr, cleaning up the mistakes that we saw in the previous run, just now completely locked in, which is the most dangerous version of Piotr that you can possibly get. But Jarkko Jula not making it easy at all for Piotr. So right off that initiation, you can see Piotr all the way through that first inside zone, and the Jarkko getting a little bit lost through that smoke trail as they transition back through, and Jarkko taking a bit more on that tighter line as we see the onboard there of Piotr completely locked in, minimal steering corrections, very smooth on that transition, just loosening the grip on the steering wheel, letting the car come around. And yeah, just so on throttle through so much of this run. And that dive in from Jarkko Jula and that big body four-door, and now cutting a bit of that line, getting some of that angle pulled out just to make sure that that final impression to the judges is one of him on the side of the Supra.
Yeah, so there we go. Beautiful shots from our camera, our Phantom slow-mo camera, sorry. I'm just trying to break that down and have a look at what's going on. I think Jarkko Jula could have been a little bit more aggressive in the chase position. I think he could have made some more dives, could have pushed a little harder. Not easy for me to say,
yeah.
But with a lead line that clean and that nice, that's what could have happened.
But when you've got a driver out front who's barely even lifting at every single transition, it's tough. Like, that's such a level of commitment that you've got to push through and drive to. It's not easy, especially if you don't normally drive that way, to be able to do something like that where you're chasing a driver who's barely lifting at any point. So yeah, this is a big one here. Now Piotr's got to dial things back just a little bit, but
Does he though?
You know, I don't know.
Does he though? Because if Jarkko Jula's chase wasn't that aggressive, do you go that little 10% more?
I really don't know, because, I mean, Jarkko now probably knows that there's still room and that Piotr can get that chase, but it doesn't matter what I think or what you think. Here's the action.
Here it certainly is, off the line, ready to rock and roll. The Finnish driver fires in that JZX 100, but he's down on the inside and it forces Vincek onto the inside of the circuit, but he deals with it. The Polishman absolutely cool, calm and collected and aggressive and keen for it, and he is going to go 100%, but look at the lead line from Jarkko Jula now as he starts to clean it up. Big angle as he throws that JZX to the wall. Peter Vincek gets onto the door, pushes the Finishman across the line.
The way Jarkko Jula throws that car into a zone, and it's perfectly on the wall. Like, no correction after that is crazy. Now his first outside zone, he's pushing. He's trying to just shake Piotr behind him. Look at, gets that car, uses all the weight, all the momentum on it, back on the throttle, and takes a slightly tighter line through here. He does collect the end of that zone, but Piotr on him all the way through. Look at loading up, getting that suspension, bound up, shooting across into these zones. And Jarkko Jula, I mean, he is on it all the way through this, through that inside zone. And there's Piotr. Wow. I mean, hunting him down, just playing with the angle just a little bit. And this is such a nuts battle. I mean, Jarkko Jula really coming up through the whole thing, but Piotr not at any point. But that transition into outside zone 6 is one of the best ones I've seen all weekend. Jarkko swings the car around and it is right there. Oh man, dude, this is like a nostalgic camera angle here right now. This is like watching the old 90s and like early 2000s drift videos. Look at that shot. I don't know what year it is, but that is beautiful. Man, Jarkko Jula, it's just so impressive through this whole thing. But Piotr Vincek, he will not let you get away with anything.
No. I was just going to say, he won't let you get away. Doesn't matter what you throw him. Jarkko Jula down on the inside of outside zone 1, and Peter just stayed with him. Unbelievable, incredible driving from the Polishman. Here we go, slide him left for Jarkko Jula, right for Peter Vincek, and it's going to be Peter Vincek gets the win and advances through to the final 4.
Oh man, and well deserved, and what momentum he has got all the way through this event. But really, for Jarkko Jula, you cannot be upset with this performance at all, because he is just on one, and if he keeps progressing like this, I mean, he will be on that top step. He will be a champion very soon.
Certainly will. Yeah, the driving has been incredible. We go back to the start line to rerun this battle between Jack Shanahan and Benediktas Gerber. They sit on the line ready to rock and roll. Shanahan in that lead position. Benediktas Gerber to give chase. Benediktas Gerber looking a little comfortable in the car.
Here's the rematch.
Now gets ready to go, slams that Eurofire into gear. Jack Shanahan ready to lead him out. They pop off the line with a green light, through the gears they go. As Jack Shanahan runs them down the gauntlet into initiation, flicks that car across the circuit, little dab of the handbrake from Shanahan as he now fires the car to angle very deep, but Churba goes way wide. He's on the inside and he shuts it down, goes for a reinitiation, but Shanahan is up and gone. Big angle thrown on by Shanahan, but he misses the outside zone, now gets himself into it as Shanahan puts foot to floor, drives away from Benedictus Churba.
That was wild on both accounts because Jack had all that clean air and a driver behind him that was, I mean, just completely out of the battle, and still a bit of a mistake there from Shanahan. So Churba, though, I mean, whoa, that was another spooky run here. And these drivers just looking for any advantage they can get, getting these wheels as he comes through that first outside zone in the chase from Churba into the dirt, catches grip, and you don't see it in that angle, but you'll probably see it here. Churba, again, able to catch and get the car back into a safe spot because even that snap, again, could have driven him back the other way. That could have been an incredibly bad situation for Benedictus Churba. And for Jack Shanahan, out there all the way through, and really, really a great run, except for that one zone, which is, I mean, it's just interesting. But I can't get over how he is able to get the car to just snap like 180 degrees. So, yeah, it is just wild what both of these drivers are able to do. So, man, I'm incredibly impressed with Jack Shanahan and his run, and for Benedictus Churba, just an unfortunate series of events going that wide. And I mean, I'm definitely impressed with these camera angles. Like, I feel like we just keep talking about it, but it's just a beautiful thing. Look at the contact patch on the front wheel there.
Whoa, I mean, slow the nerd down.
Yeah, I know, I won't. Just the way the alignment specs is, like how they set these cars up when they're at full lock like that to try and find that grip, and it's really interesting. But yeah, we are going to be swamping it around. So Jack Shannon pulling back up, not seeing Benedictus Churba. He's not in frame. There he is.
Oh,
okay.
There he is. There he is. He's there.
I'm just worried now. Anytime I don't see the car immediately
You're like,
on screen,
what is going on?
What is happening?
And there we go. Back on the line they go. Benedictus Churba now, the Lithuanian, to lead out Jack Shanahan for a spot in the final four awaits for one of these drivers. As we get them off and ready to go through the gears, comes Benedictus Churba to lead out Jack Shanahan as they hammer down and go for a big flick, and Shanahan goes for it a little earlier than Churba, and Churba fires away, starts to drive away from Jack Shanahan as he pops through the smoke. Shanahan now trying to rein in Benedictus Churba as they go wide for the outside zone. Shanahan shortcuts the circuit. Churba with a point to prove right now as he flicks that car to wall to wall, and there might be separation, but there's no shaking. Jack Shanahan is still in the fight as he puts it to the door now across the line.
Very, very interesting for a couple reasons. One, Jack, even when he knows he's just got to run a safe run, that was a very safe run, and maybe unsafe because of some of the zones that he's missing. Benedictus Churba out front, when you have that spin, you got to get back out in the lead. You've got to throw down something epic. You've got to collect all the zones, just try and nail as many points as you can, and I really saw that from Churba through this run. But to me, the story behind him of Jack Shanahan, I mean, really making some strange lines throughout the whole thing, and I'm hoping that doesn't come back to bite him. But Churba just with so much speed, it's unfortunate that he had that incident a little bit earlier on that created that, and man, I will say, you might sit there and go, well, one driver had that spin out, that's going to be it, but I am a little bit concerned there with Jack Shanahan's chase and the way that he got through the zone, so maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. Both drivers having that conversation, and great competitors between the two.
There we go. It looks like the scores are dropping in from our judges. A fairly simple one. Once again, no rule book needed this time for a decision, that's for sure. As these two guys chat about that, it drops in. It's going to be left for Churba, or right for Shanahan. It's only going to go one way, and that's going to be Jack Shanahan getting the win, advancing through to the final four. He'll be happy with that. Look at this from Churba. Still happy, still appreciating and thanking the fans for coming out and supporting him this weekend.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that's the way that things went, because, I mean, without that off track, without that crazy incident for him, that could have been a very, very close battle. Maybe even took the win. So very interesting from Churba. It was just on another great momentum map right now, and excited to see what comes from this amazing driver as we finish up this season.
There we go. This is the heat tree. This is what it's looking at for our final four. It's going to be James Dean to take on Nicholas Bertans, and it's going to be Piotr Wojciech to take on Jack Shanahan, a battle that we've seen time and time and time again. incredible as we move our way through. 45 drivers starting this weekend. We're down to just 4, and in a few moments' time we'll have 2 that'll be battling it out for the top step on the podium to be crowned the king of Riga. Well, here we go. It's time to get into it. It's time for our final 4. Back on the line we go. 2 heavy clashes, 2 heavy titans that have been in this situation time and time again, year after year, in fact, as Nicolas Bertens pulls up to chase down a man that he grew up watching in drifting, a man that he's followed around the world in multiple times, trying to get himself in the same position, the same style of driving, the same aggression as James Dean. But Nicolas Bertens now, an older gentleman, a man that's grown into this sport, sits alongside James Dean with only one mindset, and that's to take him down and get into the final here at his home event. James Dean off the line in that Ford Mustang RTR, screams through the gears and flicks it left to right. It's V8 versus V8 on circuit. Ford versus BMW, and look at this for Bertens, aggressive on the transition through the smoke as they go wide, look for the transition back. Bertens almost taking both of them off circuit. He goes for another dive again. This is unbelievable from Nicolas Bertens as he dives on the door of the Mustang, pushes James Dean across the line. Wow.
Holy Mackinac, that was wild. Easily one of the most angry battles. I mean, it almost seems like a shame to even talk over that because the amount of horsepower, the cylinders, everything screaming all the way through that run, Ian. Oh, the goosebumps. This is nuts coming out of here. James Dean doing what he always does, but Nicolas, look at the aggression he's got in these. Nothing between him through that transition. Punches through a little bit on the inside, and then you can just see and feel him lining up for another lunge. And there's James Dean through that zone, and Nicolas right there. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Nothing between them through those runs, and then just hunting down the Irishman all the way through, trying to rub that giant logo off the side. Oh, Nick-Nack, man, that is just incredible what he has pulled out here today. James Dean is in for it. He's got to pull off a chase that is better than that. That is what is left right now. And I mean, for Nicolas Bertens, this is just absolutely setting your mark on drifting forever with stuff like that. If you don't know who he is, he's been creating upsets. He has been dethroning people for years, and he is still very, very young. And that means he's only gonna get better.
He certainly is, and now, as we say, that new deal, that new drive in that Eurofire, he has got what it takes. The Starline Marshal Marcin checks around the cars, makes sure these 2 guys are ready for action as Bertens pulls in to the lead position. James Dean to hunt him down. James Dean now going to repay the favour, try and put a tyre mark on the door of that BMW as they come off the line and through the gears. Bertens to lead out. James Dean, tyres smoking from the get-go. Look at that from Dean, down on the initiation already. But Bertens in and out of that first zone. But look at this from James Dean, no messing around. Gives Bertens the room to manoeuvre as he punches through the smoke once again. Bertens now fires to the outside zone. Dean almost takes the back end off the BMW. As James Dean looks for the door, looks for the logo. Can he give it a hit? He can. As Bertens puts the bumper on the wall.
Holy, I mean, both drivers. This is just a continuation of what we saw on that previous run. Look at James Dean, like a little bit of doubt in the eyes because Nicolas Bertens just threw down an absolute clinic, and James Dean through that run, punching through the smoke. I mean, this is incredible what both these drivers pulled off here. Look at Bertens. I mean, a little bit shallow through there, but James Dean adapts to the whole thing, gets back on throttle through these transitions. James Dean once again pushing the pace all the way around. And look at Bertens just trying to gap the RTR. That, just even pulling any gap on that Mustang is insane. James Dean once again timing those transitions to be able to suck right back in the pocket. And look at that, locked in, hand over the e-brake, ready to make any adjustment that he needs to. So quick with them, gets back even closer. That is a battle for the ages. Oh, man. This is what I signed up for, Ian. This is what I am here for.
I told you it was going to be good.
You did?
I said just wait till we get to Latvia and things start to get a little bit crazy and you'll forget who you are by the end of the weekend.
I don't know who I am anymore, but what I do know is I just want to keep seeing this over and over again. Incredible runs from both these drivers.
There we go. It looks like we need to decide who's going to take it through to the final, who's going to be in the 3rd and 4th place playoff. Slide them left for Bertens, right for James Dean. It's 1 vote for James Dean. It's going to be James Dean taking the Mustang to the final for the first time in 2025. And he is over the moon with that. Nicolas Bertans will be in that 3rd and 4th place playoff, and he'll be battling it out. But who will it be against? Will it be Jack Shanahan or Peter Wojcik?
Man, that is why for Nicolas, like, don't there's nothing to be ashamed of on that. That was incredible. And for James Dean, yeah, this Mustang is now, it's all coming together for him. It is all cohesive at this point, and he has found his pace in that car. And that is going to mean the finals will be something epic. But who will he face in the finals here in Riga? Oh. This is just great, man.
It's only going to get better from here.
I know.
Here we go. We're back on the line. It's going to be Jack Shanahan to chase down Peter Wojcik in that incredible Toyota Supra as he pulls to the line. Both cars get a little breath of fresh air from our start line, Martin, as Peter is dialed in the car, focused, ready for it. Look at this, talking to his spotter on the radio, trying to work out the finer details before they leave the line. Shanahan, cool, calm and collected, had the biggest smile on his face that he's had all weekend. Thumbs up. He's excited, he's happy, but he knows Peter, he knows he's a steely competitor, and he knows he has to push 110%. But Shanahan's got the flair, the style. He comes off the line to chase down the Polish champion, the man that everyone wanted to hunt down for many, many years, the former King of Riga. As they fire in, Shanahan goes to the door of Wojcik, and they mirror the angle, and look at this, door to door on the transition. Wojcik goes for that nice wide line as he puts that car right where it needs to be. Shanahan through the smoke as Wojcik pushes the car right to the edge of the circuit, back on the transition into the outside zone as Wojcik puts the bumper to the wall, and Shanahan goes for wheel of door across the line.
Piotr just looks absolutely unstoppable, but if there's anybody that's going to take him down at this point, it is going to be a Jack Shanahan who never phased, never intimidated. The better the driver he's got to face, the more he steps up every single time. Piotr back on it. You see that car pitching and rolling all the way through, and Jack Shanahan getting that close to arguably the most dangerous part of this track. That is so difficult to get that in tight at those kind of speeds. And then look at this, timing these transitions to gain that proximity, knowing the place in the track where you can cut it. Both drivers getting into that treacherous outside zone, neither one of them backing down. And there it is, Jack Shanahan punching through the smoke behind Piotr, who is just completely dialed in through this whole thing. And once again, we'll see it right here. There it is, Jack Shanahan through the window, staring down Piotr, getting into that door as they come through our last outside zone. What a sight to behold, Ian.
What a shot that was, looking through from one car to the other and seeing both drivers pedaling away. The side-by-side is absolutely beautiful. Look at this, Shanahan just dialing out a little bit of angle, trying to get that front bumper, the front wheel onto the door.
He does it so well, and both drivers transition incredibly quickly. Both of them are like scary fast through every single part of this track, and it could only go this way. This is how it was going to be. Just having these two go at it, it is incredible to get those fans on Piotr chilling out that car just a little bit. And I believe Jack in the back of the burnout box doing the same thing.
Yeah, Jack down there with the team, just getting that car cooled down, and Peter gives a thumbs up to Martin saying, I'm cool enough, the car's cool enough, we're ready to go, and everything looks like it's reset. Temperature's still hot here in Riga as the sun shines.
Locked in, those
and
eyes.
He's locked in, yeah.
Man, that is intimidating. Oh, what are we going to see next? Both drivers completely dialed in and on the top of their game here this weekend. This is going to be a battle to remember.
It certainly is. Well, here we go. Look at the thumbs up all around. It's going to be Jack Shanahan to lead out Peter Wojcik as they pull up to the line. They wait for the green light to go. Shanahan comes off the line and through the gears, and Wojcik's not going to let him get away. He would have been on the radio to the spots saying, I need to be on the door, you need to be all over it. A big initiation from Shanahan, but he's going to fall out of the outside zone. Back into it once again as he fires through. There's no shaking the Polishman, though. Look at this. He's up on the inside. He's tucked onto the door as he punches through the smoke. Through, mirrors the angle, mirrors the line. Wow, Wojcik is on an absolute fire right now as he goes for the side of Shanahan's GT86, knows it's a super closer than before.
Voilà, that chase was on.
I had no idea how this could even get better. You've got a Jack Shanahan who is just using any part of the course they're allowing him to, using the rumble strip, just pushing that car so hard. faster, more stylish, more angle, more everything. But Piotr at no point in time let him get away from him. Look at this. Jack cuts a little bit of line, gets back into the zone. Then we get into this transition. There's Piotr once again hunting him down, staring down the side of the Irishman, wheeling the car around through every transition. I don't think Piotr had a blink through the entire run. And there's Jack. Look at the punch of the smoke. Piotr right there the entire time. And Jack just trying to put down a run through the rumble strips. Doesn't hesitate. Back on throttle through that last outside zone. And then Piotr just... Man, these transitions are insane because he's powering through it, then grabbing the e-brake just to settle the car and get into the side of him. And then look at nothing here, just all throttle all the way around it, which is a testament to both of these drivers that you can drive like that. Doesn't even need to put his hand near the e-brake because he just knows Jack's going to be all throttle the entire way through that last outside zone. Incredible.
Oh, there we go. Out of the car, smiling, having a laugh, joking, talking about what they went through. And neither guy knows exactly what way this is going to go. I'm pretty sure we do as the judges get the decision in. It's going to be left for Shanahan, right for Wojciech. It's going to be Peter Wojciech gets the win and takes it through to the final. Jack Shanahan will be in the 3rd and 4th place playoff against Nicolas Bertans.
That is still nuts. That 3rd place battle is completely epic. And then we've got the two juggernauts of this series. I mean, at times teammates, and now I wouldn't call them enemies, but it is just two Goliaths going at it. And for the finals, man, that is completely nuts. These next set of battles, man, it is amazing. It is amazing.
Well, Becky's down there on the ground with Peter. He is a happy man today, Becky.
Happy indeed, guys. Peter Wieńczak is just beaming right now, but you made it into the final. And you're going to be going up against James Deane. We talked earlier, this was something that everybody wanted to see, and now it's going to happen. Can you tell me your thoughts ahead of this?
Yeah, actually in the morning, James dropped me to the briefing with his van, and we just say to each other, let's battle today, because it means that we'll meet in the final, and that's exactly what happened. So that feels awesome, you know, especially here in Riga. It's great, but still, we need to focus for this one last round. So, guys, fingers crossed, and yeah, let's bring the show.
I always ask you questions about the run, and you always kind of say to me, actually, I don't know what happened there. But honestly, this transition on out of 5 with Jack was unbelievable. You mimicked the angle perfectly.
Oh, thank you. I cannot wait to look at the replay because, yeah, a lot happened. You know, I cannot see it from the outside, but in general, yeah, it felt great. I felt finally that I have a nice battle, and it's good that it's in that moment. So I hope I will keep up with the momentum. And now let's face James and let's have some fun.
You know, it's coming towards the back end of the season, and things are really starting to heat up for you. Potentially championship hopes alive. I know you're a very modest person, but, what are you thinking?
I'm now thinking about the next battle, and that's what matters mostly. So we will see. We will see all the numbers after. Now what matters is the next battle, so let's prepare and can't wait for that.
Good luck in the final, Peter. There you have it, guys. Living in the here and now.
He certainly does, Becky, and he always does, and I love that about Peter. Not thinking about the points, not thinking about the championship, thinking about what is coming up next. Well, let's take a look at the heat tree and see how it all unfolds and see exactly what it's going to be and how these two guys got to that final, as the road there was incredible for both drivers, Jacob.
Yeah, there were no easy battles for any of them, and the road to where they are in the finals is just, I mean, it's paved with crazy battles, incidents, everything, but this is where we are right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Look at that. You can see the route that both of those guys took to get there. And it's going to be Jack Shanahan to take on Nicolas Bertans in the playoff. Latvia versus Ireland, and then Poland versus Ireland in the final, of Peter Wieńczak to take on James Deane.
Wow, just a battle for all times across all of these, and it's amazing to see these drivers just completely on form through this entire thing. It's yeah, just the road to get here, as we said, and this is what it is. So yeah, James Deane, that first battle, Juha Puittolaakso, who was getting better with every single run, and it was not an easy battle there for James to be able to get through it, but ultimately ends up taking home that win with Juha Puittolaakso. And I mean, that's how he had to deal with top 32. was waving goodbye to him, and then that puts him on to an incredible battle with Tony Kvyat, who fought back, had to rebuild an engine, got the team together, barely slept just to get through, and then have to face an incredible James Deane. So not an easy way to go through this at all for James Deane, a legend like Tony Kvyat, you know, just the sledgehammer, the Norwegian, and takes him out in fine form. And then against his fellow countrymen, the next of the crop coming out of Ireland, Conor Falvey. Unfortunately for James, able to get through that one with Conor Falvey having that issue. Not the way he would have loved to have it done, but some crazy things going on in the background. And then here it is, battle we watched not that long ago from Nicolas from Niknak. An incredible driver who really did make James Deane sweat through the entire thing. And this was, up until this point, this was the hardest thing for James Deane to get over, to be able to take that battle. And you can see just how elated he was to get that win over Nicolas. And now he is here in the final.
Yeah, and this is the road for Peter Vincek as he navigated his way all the way through from top 32 to the final to battle James Deane. First down, took down Andreas Vasiliauskas in that incredible carbon Kevlar BMW G87. Tried his luck, tried to push Vincek, but there's no pushing Vincek this weekend. He's been on absolute form all weekend. And then it was the Kevin Purser, a man that everyone has had their eye on all weekend, to say that car is super dialed, super gripped up, and Contact making this one not an easy decision for the judges, but in the end, our Wally data system proving that Kevin Purser was, in fact, slowing ever so slightly as he came into the outside zone. A very strange reaction from both of them. And then it was a finish when Jarkko Jula got himself all the way through to the top 8. Unfortunately, couldn't make it into the final 4. And Jarkko Jula doing everything he could against the Polishman, but still couldn't come up on top trumps. Peter Vincek getting that win, advancing through to the finals. And then again, Jack Shanahan. The angle between these two, yeah, that's something I want to talk about. The way these two guys fire those cars into that outside zone.
Yeah, it's the commitment you need to do that, and the confidence in the vehicle and everything, to be able to throw the car at a wall, like you're pointing towards it, you throw the car sideways and have to hope that you don't smash the entire rear end off of those gigantic concrete blocks.
Certainly so. Well, here we go. It's almost time for the final, but first up, it's time for the playoffs. Well, we started with 45 drivers and only one step on the podium awaits for one of these guys. Who will take third here at round 5 of Drift Masters 2025 in Riga? Both of these guys have stood on that third step. They've both stood almost on the top step. Who will it be this weekend? Both drivers throwing down some incredible moves, some incredible driving. Bertans will want this one more than anybody else. The hometown hero, the Latvian driver, but Jack Shanahan, a man that was on the podium last weekend in America. He's riding that wave, he's feeling that luck, the rub of the green, the Irish. Can it come through this weekend? Can he claw some points back in this year, in this championship? They come off the line and through the gears and down to initiation. As Bertans fires it in, there's no shaking Shanahan with angle because he's the master of it this weekend. As Shanahan pops for the smoke, looks for the side of that BMW as they fire. Shanahan gets into the wall.
Richard.
Lost into the smoke. Shanahan left in a cloud of dust as Nicolas Bertans puts the back end of that BMW to the wall and across the line.
Another wild series of events, and we've had these incidents happen so many times now and for so many different reasons as well. So let's take a look once again and make sure Jack is all right. That is always our priority.
Just being told straight away on the radio that Jack is okay from our track staff. Jack's fine. Good. So Jack is safe. There's a big impact. You can see how far down the wall he got, and he's out of the car there, waving to the crowd, and a shake of the head. I think a little bit of dejection for Jack Shanahan. You could see Nicolas Bertans straight over there to make sure that Jack's okay. That car, though, sustaining some serious damage. You see that rear wheel and the front wheel heavily damaged.
Yeah, this is crazy once again. So I'm seeing a few of the judges' replays, and we'll take a look at it now. So Bertans out front, tons and tons of speed. Now he's really tight on this section, and I think Jack was actually maybe closer on the correct line and just gets lost a little bit now until we see the front wheels to see if there was understeer there. It's really tough to tell, but man, just whips that car around once it gets into the tire barrier. And yeah, it's just a very, very difficult thing to understand, especially with just a few shots that we've had of it so far. But Nicolas able to get around the rest of it, but it's just very tight on that line.
Let me break it down.
Let's hear it.
I'm going to give you my opinion. Nicolas Bertans left outside zone 1 a little early. Then he came up short for outside zone 2, and then he caught inside zone 3 right through the middle of the car, which kind of cut the nose off of Jack Shanahan.
Oh, interesting.
Jack Shanahan found himself then in a weird part of the circuit. Jack then caught a little bit of understeer, watched the front wheels as he comes through the smoke, and then goes into the wall.
Yeah, I hear you on that. That's good. But this
I'm just breaking it down as a drift fan. You can see it again there. We've seen that shot multiple times before.
Yeah.
He catches understeer.
He's very tight on that. It almost looked like Jack caught the rumble strip as well through that. So that is a really, really tough one there. But man, this is just, it shows as well with this track why it is so difficult, because a small mistake in the beginning of the run, as it goes through, just gets bigger and bigger and creates more of an issue. But for Nicolas, he's just trying to push as hard as he possibly can. And yeah, I'm curious how that all goes. So.
Yeah, well, Becky's down there with Jack Shanahan. Becky, is he okay? And is it just a bruised ego?
Jack, I'm surprised that you're laughing, but I'm glad to see that you're laughing, because at least I know that you're okay. This part of the track seems to be very tricky, but can you tell us from your point of view what happened there?
I think my luck ran out, to be honest. We made it all the way to top 4 without getting one tough battle, really. And then the battle with Peter was fairly close. We drove as hard as we could, and he just out-pipped us. And then I said, you know what, with Nick Mack, we were in the final here the last time I was in the final, and I knew now that he's got the power, he was going to be a lot faster. And I said, you know what, records are checkers, and that's exactly what I said to Matt. And I'm laughing because when I did crash, I said to Matt, I said, well, look, it was records. But yeah, the car is pretty beat up. To answer your question as to what's happening at this part of the track, I think the issue is that the only way you can actually make it around that corner without understeering and make a mistake is being absolutely full tilt. And when we transitioned, he lifted and I panicked, but like it's not his fault, but like when he lifted, I can hear his car louder than mine, and I handbraked rather than left foot braking, and when I handbraked to adjust, it just sent me into an understeer, and I had nothing then. So I just clenched my ass cheeks, closed my eyes, and held on and hoped for the best. So yeah, no. Everyone got a show, because this is surely entertaining.
Bit of a squeaky bum moment there then, basically. But can you explain to people at home, these cars are at 110% gripped up. The tires have so much grip. They are dialed in, which means that any adjustment at full pelt unfortunately ends sometimes in a situation like this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think to be honest, the amount of damage that's been done by this tyre wall this weekend should really be an eye-opener to the championship, that the cars are too fast. And like, I'm by no means a bad driver, and I cannot, like, nobody can out-drive understeer, and it's quite frustrating, but it is what it is. Everyone else is making it around flat out, so we have to just try to do the same. So yeah, 4th place is all we have, and hopefully we can go a bit slower here next year without causing all this damage.
Okay, thank you so much, Jack. Glad to see that you're okay. And guys, back to you. There you have it.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, good to see Jack okay and still smiling. Well, records are checkers. You have to just send it in there. And Jack saying, yeah, the cars are 110%. And we heard that at Mondello Park as well in Ireland. Everyone going faster than they've ever been before. And certainly happened here as we see that beautiful slow-mo shot of the rear wheels of Nicolas Bertans' car. We have to make it official, though. They've got to slide left for Nicolas Bertans, and he will take 3rd step on the podium. The Latvian home hero takes 3rd step on the podium. Jack Shanahan finishes off this weekend in 4th place, but a big points haul for the Irishman.
Yeah, this is a good way to start moving up those ranks, and for driver coming in wild card, this is massive. This is huge. So this is it's definitely a Riga to remember. It's going down in the books for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if somebody wants to try and find the stats. Is this the most amount of cars we've wrecked it around?
No, probably not. No.
Yeah. No. We've done better. We need to step our game up apparently.
Yeah, we could go more if you want.
No. I honestly want these finals to be the most heads-up battle we've ever seen.
Well, this final will be a heads-up that we've seen time and time again, and it will be James Dean to take on Piotr Vincek, and this is it, the final battle, the only one left. The top step of the podium awaits for one of these guys. Will it be Ireland? Will it be Poland, who stands atop step and gets the crown of Riga once again? They've both been crowned before, but who will get it again for 2025? This is it. This is what everything has come down to this weekend. 45 drivers have battled it out all weekend through qualifying, through tough conditions, through the harshest of driving. But right now, it's time for our final as these two guys sit in the car, nervous, ready for action.
Love that split screen. Both drivers, you can see that preparation.
Well, let's get into it. No more messing around. They're ready to go. We're ready to go. It's time for the final. Well, these two guys started off the season in two immaculate cars, and it didn't end the way we thought it was going to end in our qualifying showdown, with Piotr Vincek getting that car damaged in Spain, and we haven't been able to see this battle happen yet. Now we're treated to it here in Latvia, where these two titans of European drifting have gone head-to-head multiple times. But who will come out victorious this time? Will it be the consistency of Piotr Vincek with that dangerous style, that flick, that aggression? Or will it be the robot, the machine, James Dean? Will he put it where it needs to put it? Will he follow this man that's been throwing down some incredible transitions and consistent line and full throttle driving all weekend? Piotr Vincek, the higher qualifier, pulls up into that lead position.
You need both.
Let's go.
You need to be perfect, but you need to be wild. That's the only way you're going to win here. It's the only way you're going to take out your competitor. You have to be perfect, but you also have to get that car to crazy angles at crazy rates of speed. And it's going to be the driver that's able to harness both of those things that is going to walk away as the king of Riga.
It certainly is. They pull on the line, they're ready to go. Piotr Vincek wipes his brow, removes some of the sweat that's built up there, and so does James Dean. He's focused in the car, the hands are clenched. This is the moment he's been waiting for. Can he put that Mustang RTR Spec 5 DM on the top step of a podium in Europe? He's been waiting for it. The nitrous purges, he's ready for action. He slams the car into gear. We get the green light. This is it, the final of Drift Masters 2025 at Riga. It's time for action. They fire through the gears, and look at this, on the bumper goes James Dean. A nice initiation from Piotr Vincek as they go wheel to wheel across the circuit. No messing around. Dean down on the inside as Vincek leads them very, very wide up the curve. As you can hear the V8 scream alongside the two JZ, they fire back once again. A small check up there from Dean as they get into this final outside zone. Vincek on the walk. Dean goes for the door across the line.
This is what it looks like when two legends of the sport give everything and lay it all out on track. Piotr with this another insane lead run, and James Dean just pushing it the whole way. Every single part of this, he was trying to find any single inch, any spare spot that he could gain proximity through the run. Piotr into that first outside zone. Almost looked like he was going to pull out of it, but then able to get things wrangled in. Look at these transitions. Look how calm he is. And there it is, the Mustang hunting him down so close you could reach out and touch it. And there it is, James Dean. Almost onto those rumble strips, almost makes the mistake of so many drivers earlier today. Just Piotr using every single part of the track that he can to try and gain any part of an advantage. Sucks up all those bumps, and there's James Dean through that transition. A very, very small hesitation. And maybe that hesitation is everything when it comes to these finals, because both of them look almost perfect, and the respect of Piotr Vincek to all the way, just the thumbs up.
The thumbs up out the window.
Doesn't even need to look in his mirror to know that James Dean is right there through that entire outside zone, and that might be the shot of the weekend right there. Man, two of the best to ever do it, head-to-head in Riga, final zone, along concrete, and just touching cars the whole way through. This is what drifting is all about.
That's unbelievable.
That's unbelievable.
Unbelievable. One little bobble from James Dean. Could that be it? Could that be the
final
chink
run
in the armour for the Irishman? Can the Polishman keep his cool? He now has to repay the favour. They swap him around. They swap him around. There's no messing around. Both cars get a breath of fresh air from our marshals down there. The heat still beating down in Riga as the crowd are overheating. The cars are overheating. The drivers are at their limit. It's been the toughest day for all of these drivers on the grid. The cars are barely holding on. What can they do as they give the thumbs up to our start line marshal? The door slams shut. Wycheck gets himself ready for action as he sits in that chase position. James Dean ready for action. That Mustang geared up, ready to go. The nitrous ready to explode as he purges it from the bonnet. They wait to get the green light from our start line marshal Marcin. He walks out of view, and we are ready to go for the final run of round 5 through the gears down as Wycheck now hunts down the Mustang.
I want Piotr to win.
The initiation flicks it right to the edge of the circuit. It's side by side as they come through that first outside zone. He's almost pushing everything to the limit, but look at Wycheck. He's almost touching the whole way round. He punches through the smoke as they go wide. They transition back, and Wycheck's with him. He's on the front wheel.
Yeah. Piotr, you got it, brother.
What have we just witnessed, Ian? This is everything they put into this, coming into this last final run here from these two drivers. This is absolutely insane. Piotr Wycheck, at no point did he detach from James Dean through that run. And James Dean, he's tipping wheels off to the sides. He is hucking that car as hard as he possibly can. It feels like we are defying the laws of physics with how hard these drivers are driving at this point in time. Look at Piotr completely locked in. James Dean gets that initiation done all the way to the outside line and then gets those tires dipped out. The amount of angle in outside zone 1 that has not been seen today. And James Dean, look, has been hunched over, staring down where that next transition point is. This is
look
nuts.
at that.
Being even remotely close like that. Oh, the way that Piotr is able to push into that is incredible. The car control is insane. And the amount of smoke that they're both battling through on these runs is unlike anything we have seen here this weekend. We should all be just honored to witness driving like this today.
This is unbelievable. The style, the skill from both of these guys. Piotr Wycheck's chase was the best chase we've seen all day. He was absolutely glued to the side of that Mustang. There was no shaking the Polishman.
I don't know where we go from here. I don't know how anybody can make this better. I just don't understand. These drivers have driven together so much. They've competed against each other on numerous occasions, and I have no idea who's taking this home.
Well, an unbelievable battle between two titans, two heavy hitters, two very good friends behind the scenes. But there can only be one man that stands on top step of the podium. The decision is in from our judges. We do have a decision. We do have a winner. Slide them left for James Dean. Slide them right for Piotr Wycheck. There's one vote for Wycheck. It's the king of Riga 2025. And he says, well done to James Dean as he falls into his arms. His family celebrate with him. What a weekend for the Polishman. Unbelievable.
And so well
deserved,
all the way through and drove the same way through every single battle. It was wild, it was intense, and completely deserving there for Piotr, who from the get-go, from practice, just looked unbeatable.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What a man, what a car, what a machine. Piotr Wycheck takes the top step here in Riga and round 5 of Drift
I want a
Masters.
Supra.
Jacob, it's been an incredible event already.
I will never forget this weekend.
Don't think anyone will forget this weekend.
I will never forget this. This is incredible. This is drifting at its finest.
Well, Becky's down there with Peter, who will be on top of the world. Becky, he did it.
It's all elations here and congratulations. Peter, you are the king of Riga 2025, 2021, 2022, and now 2025. Whenever I speak to you after these things, you're like, I need to go back and check what happened. But can you tell us what's going through your mind right now?
Honestly, I was really happy about the last runs I did, and I finally get into the vibe. Great congratulations for Nikna, great congratulations for James for achieving his first podium in Mustang, you know. That's awesome, that's unbelievable, and for me to be back in Riga on the top spot, it's amazing, amazing. Big thanks to my team, to everybody involved simply in this project, into our team. It's amazing, cannot wait. Riga is always amazing, and this time it's gonna be even better. Thank you guys for cheering me up and for staying, you know, you're the best.
We've got to talk about the thumbs up on the outside zone there. Could you hear James Dean hunting you down, and you just a big thumbs up out the window? That's my friend. That's the person that I've driven with so many times. It's just pure fun.
Yeah, I love this track for that because the last corner is really smooth. You can really appreciate what the chase driver is doing. And this time, same with Jack, it was visible that, yeah, there are no even an inch or a centimeter between us. So thumbs up, good job, and it's my turn now to go. So, and in the chase, I was really happy after chasing James. It was really good fun for me in the end. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoy it as much as I did. And you're the best. Dziękuję bardzo wszystkim fanom z Polski. Thank you very much, guys, for all who cheer me up, and you're the best, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter, and congratulations at winning this round, round 5 of the Drift Masters Championship. Ian, Jacob, how incredible.
Well, Becky, it's definitely one for the history books, that's for sure. Thank you to you for putting on an incredible show and getting behind the scenes and getting all that information. Let's take a look at the results list for this weekend. There we go. The Polishman, Piotr Wawrinka, takes the win here in Riga. James Dean is second, Bertans in third, Shanahan, Jack in fourth, Jarko Euler, Connor Falvey. Look at those guys up there in fifth and sixth. Espen Rode and Sherba still getting the job done this weekend and making a move in the championship. As we fall down the order now, we start to see where some of those big names are falling. Look at that for Kvyat down in 14th, Heinonen in 16th. Those guys now starting to lose some points in the championship and work to be done as we move forward. And this is the final battle of the weekend. What a beautiful view it was as we see Piotr Wawrinka go door to door with James Dean in that incredible Ford Mustang RTR. And the first time that James Dean has put that Mustang on the podium this year. Huge congratulations to him and the Ford team for making that happen. Debuted that car in Spain, and well, 3 rounds later, there we are. Here we go. This is how the points are standing after today's bag haul. It's going to be Piotr Wawrinka with the maximum amount of points with 107 there. And James Dean second, and Bertans. This is how it all lays out. But what we want to know is how the championship looks now after an incredible weekend here in Latvia. So here we go, championship standings coming up. Who is leading as we go on to Germany? And it's going to be the Polishman with 298 points. Piotr Wawrinka moves ahead of Connor Shanahan, and James Dean moves himself up into third place. So Jack Shanahan into fourth. Passer, Kvyat, Randaloo and Heinonen still in the fight. But up next is Germany, the Iron City. We go back under the lights in Germany at this incredible setting to get things underway. And here we go. Well, it's been a year since we've been there, but we're returning back to Ferropolis to get things done, where this track, unforgiving, it gives us some of the best moments, some of the biggest events, and under the lights, as you can see, stories from the past. Passer versus Heinonen, the crowd surround the grandstands all the way around. Solid concrete walls means there's no forgiveness. It's a winner or a loss.
Unbelievable again. What a final. What a finish. Rory Heinonen is your 2024 champion.
Well, there we go. All roads lead to the PGE Narodov Way for the Drift Masters Red Bull final. We'll see you there. From everybody here at Drift Masters, from myself, from Jacob Gettins, from Becky Evans on the ground, from everybody at Drift Masters, we'll see you soon. Thank you very much.
Let's find a Supra. Now fuck that one, no, it's slow. Oh, that was right. What the fuck was it? Oh.
Next level, leagues above the devil. Flying higher than they said I would, they label me a rebel. Bogota barely as dope as me. Success the only thing that give me dopamine. A legend, the only thing that I'm supposed to be. Everything's the only thing that's old to me.
Oh. Turn this shit back up. Oh, I don't know what carpet. Fuck. Running in safe. watched Drift Masters? Crazy, was it? Yeah, brother. It was fucking... It's gonna be me and you in the future, battling for first place. Where's your cane bottles? Smooth as key, not too jerky is not your fufu. Yeah, always remember that. You say smooth as key. But it's hard for me to get smooth. I'll get there one day. Oh, Piotr, he well deserved it, eh, brother? That chase he did. Fuck. Where's our... I think this is it. There we go. Go with what this view, eh? Oh, fuck. That was not the one. There we go. Aussie lobbies are empty, brother. No, yeah, my I don't get my third screen. I couldn't find one in store, so I had to wait till Wednesday for it to get delivered. But yeah, once I have that, I have the mount set up. Perfect. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. The time now? Oh yeah, sick. Let's go, let's go. Everyone watching, comment. No, yeah, but I got a shitload of views today just because I was streaming it. I streamed Drift Masters. See, look on there, I got 95 views. That's heaps ass for me. See it? Oh, what am I doing? But no, yeah, that's probably one of my highest ever views. Because I was streaming the Drift Masters. At first I was planning on playing the game and streaming it, but then I was like, oh no, fuck this. We'll just watch the real drifts. Bro, you're Fufu King. I'm Drift King. Fuck, what am I doing? You see the wheel? Oh, no, you can't. Fuck. Hang on, just gotta adjust this. Not that. Okay. Filters. There we go. Alright, check, 1, 2, 3. Did you get more subscribers or no? Yeah, I'm gonna stream the whole season. No, I didn't. Not even one. I'm still on the same. Where's the car with this one? Where's this one? Yeah, this one. I shared your stream on Facebook group pages. Fufu. Ready. Thank you. You need to do daily, every 24 hours short clip. Nah, I can't be fucked doing that. Because I'm back to work tomorrow and then I'll be doing fuck all. I'll be back to playing this once a week. Now I'll try at least get like an hour a day. Just to keep that practice going, you know. Get more and more confidence. Oh yeah, what I need to do really is sign back up to this Eclipse app. Where it just takes it's like an AI that you link your stream to it and then they make heaps of clips. It's pretty good, but you gotta pay for it. Oh, there are guys in here. I know, yeah, hour a day keeps Fufu away. Did you go to Stream Elements and get some layouts for you? Nah, been too busy watching the drifts. struggled to get one whole clean lap on this last night. Tried my best. Next time we can get you the software called Neck Fix, when your sideways keeps the screen straight. Oh, yeah? What do you mean? Use the angle to slow you down. Also, don't forget about handbrake. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I want. I want some feedback. So when you're drifting, you know how you have to look out your driver's window to see how close you are. Oh, that calculator thingy. It calculates how you gotta have your screens up, set up. Oh no, I don't even know. But yeah, YouTube Nick for the Assetto Corsa, then you understand. Waji. I like this track because there's no one around and I can just be comfortable. Don't have to worry about crashing into another car. Don't have to worry about spinning out. Yeah, this one's not bad. I don't even know what I'm doing here, so I'll stay out of there. If I carried on into that other section. I keep pulling my steering wheel off. the live, you need to make it public so I can watch it. It's on schedule or something. Eh? Which one? What, the one I'm streaming now? And make it public. It is public, ain't it? If you comment on it. Oh yeah, it's this one. It's this stream. This is still part of that same stream. You just gotta go back. Oh, this ain't even my channel. Oh, yeah, you got it. Let's get out of here. Get over there. Oh, I want to watch a bit of my drifts. No, only one. Oh, two. This guy called Lazo and then Party commented. And then you're the third person who commented. These people would have just, you know, typed in Drift Masters on YouTube and then they would have come in and had a look on mine. At the top, you can see them. There's only 2 other comments and all the rest are yours. Watching at the same time now before when it was on. The most I got at the same time was probably 11. Then it kept just sitting around the 6.5 mark during the whole stream. Keep it up. That's it. Keep it up, Bolos. Thanks, brother. Much appreciative of your support. Always coming through. My man. My nigga. Oh, took that one pretty ugly. Winners Party Rocker got jumping on. I don't know, I hit him up for a game today. But he never replied. Yeah, he's got a wheel and shit. But you know, Party, he's just locked into his game. Call of Duty. Nah, I like practicing in air. I do shit on online. I don't know why I can drift good in here, but I can't drift good in those lobbies. You have to follow their lead lines. And then you have to get used to handbrake, clutch it to slow down sideways or stem drift. Yeah, I know, there's a lot to learn, eh? We need to get you on those 100 subscribers. Let's go chat, show some love. Yeah, the next Drift Masters should be good, eh, brother? Last night I was doing the best in this car, eh? See, I was doing mint airs in this one. And then when I come in here, oh, hopefully I got the whole track to myself. Steering wheel come off again. Go for driving this, and then it's me for the night. I love the sound of this one. A bit too much power. Ah, fuck that. Well, lads, thanks for tuning in, and I'll catch you in the next one.